What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Welcome back to Trade the Pool. It's another bright day here. You guys know where it's at, and we're trading already, getting after the day. I got 3 trades on. We'll talk a little bit about it. 2 in the red, 1 in the green. 1 that I gave you guys yesterday, and that one's in the green already. Where did that come from? That came from the playbook. What's the playbook, you might be asking? Well, the playbook is where I give you guys trade ideas every single day, right here, levels in the morning, before the market opens. No cherry picking. Trade ideas that you can be trading today. Like always, fully educational only, trying to give you guys the looks into the market before that bell rings. Let's take a look at today's playbook. All right, as we talk about today's playbook, we'll take a look at XLE to see if we can get continued action here in oil. Of course, yesterday it was one of the biggest rips in a long time here in oil. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is, will we go back to the trades that were actually doing well at the beginning part of the year? If we don't know, of course, those were the trades that were working. It was energy and the XLI. Well, those are the trades that I'm actually going to be looking to see if they can actually continue to push, right? That real economy type of trade. Can we get energy names to kind of continue to lift? XLE hanging in here above the 60s. We'll look to see what happens there in energy. Let's go over now to a favorite area of mine, which has been cybersecurity. You guys know I've been talking about these names, Palo Alto. Well, maybe it's CrowdStrike, right? Maybe it's Sentinel-1 even, right? You seeing that get the lift now. Snow, right? Datadog. Right. I mean, the list just goes on and on. I gave you guys Zscaler just 2 weeks ago when this was around the 150 range, looking for this to get the lift back into this gap. And it's almost filled it already up there towards 182. So what is this? This is the cybersecurity kind of continuation. And the leader is PanW. So look for the leader to continue to kind of take the lead and for others to play catch up. Okta, another one, another favorite of mine, continuing to hold. And I'll give you guys a bonus added. One that not too many people talk about, which is Frog. So we'll look to see if this can get back above the 95s. Why do I like this one? It's not far away from the 90 EMAs. So look for the ones that are close for the 90 EMAs to catch the dip. And then look for the ones that are extended to potentially scalp. We'll see what happens there in cybersecurity. Let's go over to another play here, a play that I've been looking at for a while now. Will today be that day? Microsoft continues to hold, but the wicks keep getting bigger and bigger on the upside, and the bodies keep getting smaller and smaller. So what is that telling me? It's telling me that the momentum is waning here in Microsoft. Now, the only question is, can the bulls keep the party going? Or will we get some type of pullback? At some point, we're bound for a pullback, but you can see it here. A lot of high wicks, smaller bodies tells me more and more the volatility is coming down here. Now, the only question is, will it pick back up and what direction? At some point, I expect that pickup of volatility. And in this case, I'm looking for a potential pullback, the overnight resistance fade. We'll see what happens as it seems to keep a fight around the 500 area and can't really get off of this, but it's been a great run in Microsoft. All right, of course, the macro focus really kind of shifts there towards the CPI inflation report, of course. That's what we're going to be looking at here. That'll be the focus, of course, and we'll see what happens, right? Take a look to see what happens also in kind of the overall market this morning. If you see right here, take a look. Right now, we're kind of just stuck in line, right? Not going anywhere. Right, we did get that spike around here. Now we're trying to recover. Can we break the range? It'll be all things to think about. Let's go ahead. Let's get over now to the sunrise report. Let's talk a little bit about some major news that are going on in the market this morning. And then we'll get over to Michael Nas coming up. All right, futures are barely green, of course, and we'll continue to watch to see what happens here as Brent did touch 90 overnight. Yes, $90. Not what you want to see, right? And the 10-year is pinned above the 4.7. Really concerning action there. I think that's what can throw the wrench in this market, right? If you're wondering what can pull us back, it's things like that, right? And the September hike that the markets had written off on Friday, is back to a coin flip. Tehran didn't soften, it hardened. 4 straight up sessions in crude have quietly undone the rate path relief that carried the index to records last week. What is holding the tape together? Is it a different story entirely? An AI build-out that keeps signaling multi-billion-dollar leases before the bell? And the question into the open is whether the story is big enough to outrun an oil price that the Fed has to answer for on Wednesday. All right, we'll see what happens there. And of course, there are some stocks that are moving overnight. Let's quickly go to touching some of the stocks that are making some moves. Of course, there is Riot Platforms. This is up 21%. So shout out to anybody that took that shot there. In Riot, of course, I feel like this is kind of a little bit messed up because the news came out around 8 o'clock. And this action from the after hours tells me someone else knew. Let's just say that much about this deal. But Bitcoiner miner, of course, signed a 20-year, 191 megawatt lease deal to Rockdale, Texas campus, of course, for the Frontier AI lab identified as Entropic, worth of course $9.1 billion over the base term and up to $16.1 billion with 2 5-year extensions. Management guides the base terms to 7.3 and 8.2 billion of cumulative net operating income at 80 to 90 net operating income margins, with the first delivery of 96 megawatts in December of 2027. Full build out expected by June 2028, and combined with AMD's commitment, contracted AI capacity now at Rockdale now stands at 241 megawatts. CEO Jason Les flagged a potential Corsina lease that could clear $1 billion in annual rent on its own. Morgan Stanley is providing $573 million of the interim development financing. So Riot getting the lift here in the pre-market. This looks like a good potential trade here today. I do like this name, and I'm going to be watching for some sympathy in this space. I think this is something to watch today. We'll keep an eye out on it. Of course, there's multiple stocks moving around there. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the earning names. Last night, we did cover on the earnings for Rocket Lab. It's down 9%. Q2 revenue hit a quarterly record of $234 million, up 62% year over year, ahead of the consensus, with backlogs climbing to $2.36 billion. And it didn't look like anything was wrong underneath the hood, right? None of it, though, survived the call. Management flagged, though, when you started to look outside of the report in the conference call, they flagged very limited supply of Neutron rockets, which is the only line item the multiple was built on. Of course, this is a beat sold on capacity constraint, and the same tape behavior that has been punishing decelerating guidance regardless of print quality. So in this case, watch to see potentially SpaceX also see the down action from that today. Right now, you're seeing the lift here. Will we start to see a turn to the downside? Or maybe is that potentially a positive catalyst? Will you hear Elon come out and say, well, we have tons of rockets, right? Well, we'll find out, right? All right, guys, we'll talk more about some trading action. We'll talk more about some catalyst action. Let's go ahead. Let's get to our traders. Let's go to Michael Noss here and take a look into the market and take a look how he sees it this morning. How we doing today, Michael?
We're doing good. It looks like I was looking at Rocket Lab while you're talking there. Looks like they're reversing course the moment they could. It's ripping here.
Yeah.
So it's almost
pushing right back, right?
Back to even on the day.
So the earnings were good. The constraint was we don't have enough rockets. Well, just go build some more, right? I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the worst news, right? So don't forget that a lot of times
an overwhelming demand for your stuff is generally not a bad thing, right? Like,
yeah, right.
You know,
like,
oh no,
you know, it's how you want to view it, right? How you want to twist it, right? You know what I mean? That's why I always say, like, you know, I try to pay attention to the news and look at the reaction and tell myself, are they trying to bend it? Are they trying to actually tell us something here? And in this case, I think they're trying to bend it, right? They tried to answer why the stock was down and why this stock would go down off of this great report, right? One of the best mentions. Go ahead.
Sorry, this just also shows because you have the reactionary algorithms, right? That just kind of read top line and they make their trade and away they go. And they've ruined the people who try to chase the fast news, but you know, you can't be both fast and nuanced. So when you see moves like this, usually what happens is you had some algo that read like a top line number and just tanked it. And then the next morning you get some cooler heads prevail and you get some, you know, people actually looking at it and thinking, they're going, oh, it's, you know, then we get a little discount if we buy here based off this going. So yeah, that's always a good thing to remember, right? You can either be really, really fast or you can be really, really nuanced. And until the supercomputers come, you can't be both just yet.
Yeah, can't be both. We'll see if this one starts to recover, how you're seeing the market, of course, and how you're looking into the things. And just to mention, overall, aerospace and defense is on a complete lift. And a big part of this is why? The defensive side of things, right? I've talked about it. Look at Lockheed Martin. We were mentioning those names when they were at 500s, and now there's Lockheed Martin 600. Look at RTX continuing to climb. This is the defense spending coming right back in, right? Remember how we were seeing these stocks make a huge push? Well, remember what was mentioned just 2 weeks ago. It was mentioned, oh, we need more money. We're spending too much in Iran, so we need to spend more. So what happens to these defensive names? They wake up when they're in the ditch. And then once they start going, it starts to lift the whole industry. And for some reason, and I still haven't really put this together, why they try to tag aerospace and defense together. I know that there's some areas that connect, right? But, you know, is Lockheed Martin the same as a SpaceX or a Rocket Lab? Probably not, right? It's kind of, one's like real space exploration, right? That type. And then one would be more your actual defense, but they are tied together and they move side by side. They go hand in hand. Like Boeing is one name that kind of led this action.
SpaceX got a big defense contract from the Pentagon recently, didn't it? Handful of billions of
Yeah,
dollars.
I think it's like that's why they try to tie it, right? Like, so there's some ties underneath, but to me, it's just like a huge industry, right? Overall, when you tie these two together. So we'll see. Can we continue to see these lifts like Boeing, like Rocket Labs, and then SpaceX comes with it, right? This is what I always talk about. Sometimes it's not stock specific. It's also industry timing. Did SpaceX start to make the move back when the industry started moving back? Questions to be had.
Well, it's damn ITA, I think, is the...
Yeah, that's your
defense.
Yep, ITA, and you can see it. Where is it at? Right near all-time highs, right?
Yeah, that seems, again, with SpaceX, the unlock. SpaceX still has some BS to go through, I think, before it moves with everything else. You know, now that the unlock's done and the first earnings report was out, now I think it kind of falls a little bit more in line. But
I'll give you one more ETF for those traders out there that like ETFs. PPA, right? The Investico version of this, right? That's your aerospace defense portfolio ETF, PPA. So just to mention one more ETF out there if you like those.
Yeah, and speaking
Tell
of
me what
SpaceX,
you're seeing out there, my friend. How's the market
bummed that
looking?
I sold this one too early because I think now it might be drifting up to like 148. But
no,
I can't
Michael.
complain. You know,
No.
I took my gains, walked away. I'll be fine. You know,
Trust me,
it's like,
it will hit underneath 100, and then you will not be mad that you took your money and ran, man. You paid yourself well, Michael. So give yourself another pat on the back. It's not about getting always the meat, right? It's about getting the meat of the move, not the whole bread, not the whole sandwich, man.
I think this is, and that was a nice put sell. And speaking of that, you were talking about Rocket Lab. I did a put sell on that last night, below this level. So below, I think I sold the 60 puts, and even at its worst, it was only in the 70s. So it was nowhere near worried about that as well. And then the other one I did was HIMS, and that's kind of the same thing. I sold HIMS down here at the 24 area, and even at its worst last night, it got to like 29. So just nowhere near. So those continue to work. That continues to be a good strategy. Again, I know I know my time is coming. I understand the risk reward profile of this. At some point, I'm going to own a stock at a horrible price, and I have to figure out what to do with it. But that's just the nature of it. Now, what happened to the markets? Not nothing. Right? So, and we're going to be okay with this, and we're going to see this until potentially Wednesday. So we could see more of this today. So just get ready for that. It doesn't mean you necessarily don't trade. It means you find stocks that aren't related to the market, or you take your money. When you see your money, you take your money and you kind of move on, because we have this environment in which 80% of all the earnings are done. And the ones that do, although really fun to trade, just don't matter to the index anymore. Like Rocket Lab is not an S&P 500 name, so it's not going to matter too much. All of the largest components, like probably 60-70% of the S&P 500 has reported. It was good, right? So our PE ratio, for any nerds who follow that, I don't trade off it anyway, but the PE ratio is well in normal range. We're not an expensive market. We're not a cheap market. We're kind of right in the middle based off these new ones. But it just shows there's nothing really that's going to kick us. Seems like we don't care about Iran anymore, because I was looking, I was on the walk with the dog and getting notifications that, there's more things that are blowing up and shooting at each other, and the markets haven't really moved this morning. They didn't really care about that news one way or another, and we're just inside this range. So I think it's better, instead of looking at the daily chart and saying, yeah, nothing's really happening, so we can grab this 30-minute chart and just show, right, this was yesterday's action. This is all this little shaded area right here. This was all yesterday's actions on the Qs. So we didn't make any new highs, we didn't make any new lows. But when you have a big surge up and then a long period of consolidation, that is a bull flag, right? Regardless of how it's a pennant, is it a wedge, is it a whatever you want to call it, right? Big move up, sideways consolidation. Best case scenario, I think, us digesting that move by just consolidating and not pulling back is what we want to see. But I think we're going to see more of it as everyone just pauses and waits for CPI tomorrow. Just looking through, the rest of the market, it's just more of the same, right? This is the RSP, big push up, sideways consolidation, the SPY, big push up, sideways consolidation. The SPY obviously way stronger than the Qs. We're still getting that strength in the everything else trade, the broadening out of the rally. Huge kind of push up there, right near all-time highs, but we're still inside this candle. We closed inside of yesterday's range across all of these things, right? SMH, even though we had a bit of a sell yesterday, we still closed inside this range. And it's just important to note. It's important to note that sometimes you have really crazy high volatility markets. Sometimes you have markets that aren't moving. And we know that over time, volatility is a mean reverting asset, which just means that if you have periods of low volatility, eventually you're going to have an increased period of volatility. Things are really going to start cooking. You don't know when that is, but it's going to happen. It's a guaranteed thing. So you have two options. One is you play the low volatility, buying support, selling resistance, taking a few bucks here and there where you can find them. And then sometimes, if you don't like to do that, which I know a lot of traders don't, it's patience time, right? Set some alerts, sit on your hands, play a video game, watch a movie, do something, and just wait till there's some big, strong push in the markets. And for that, it's like a nice, strong momentum push above 775 or 776, somewhere in that area. I would like to see that after tomorrow. The way I'm thinking about it is that the reason we're not going anywhere is there's no fresh catalyst to push us anywhere. So what we need to do is just hang out, and we need to wait for this to occur. But really, it's a hard market to evaluate when it goes nowhere. So just understand that it is going nowhere. Volatility is low. And at some point, we'll have some fun. And hopefully that's tomorrow. So for me, I'm just going to continue to do what I do, right? Buy dips and sell rips and just wait for something really cool to happen again, hopefully tomorrow or the next day.
We will see what happens there. Like always, we're going to continue watching the market. We have another trader, though, that here to tell us what she sees in the market, of course. Let's bring in Airplane Jane and take a look at what she sees in the market this morning.
Hello, guys. Well, I am seeing, Michael, your absolute favorite. We are moving up. You know, I took time away. We're hitting new highs, and the catalyst of, I don't know if you can see it here, 68% short on the SPY. Qs are 55% short there. The Russell is 75% short. So now we've got the Dow, that's only 35% short. So I think we are going to see a nice run higher. I also have been doing every morning, let me see if I can grab my little screenshot here. Right here where I have the points of control of the Mag 7. You guys probably can't see it, but that's okay, I'll read it to you. So we've got Nvidia's point of control at 210. We've got 6 out of the 7 that are above that big money. With all those shorts, I think we're going to be seeing new highs at a fast rate. And I don't know, Michael, I know you say you don't read these outlying ticks, but RSP had an outlier tick of 10 points higher. That to me says, hey, we've got these shorts, which is a catalyst. We have all-time highs. We have people that are continuing to short this market, and that's just going to take it up to a new high. I am full on green light. Let's go. Maybe a little bit of profit taking to be done on gold and silver at this point. Starting to see a little bit of a movement in their positioning for the dollar. So that could be a further sell, or it could be a buy, but it's a little bit of a caution to me. We could see a bit of a retracement back down to 394, 387 for the index here. And where am I getting that from? I'm getting that from GLL and also on DXY, or if you want to check out UUP, that's going to show me that, hey, we are potentially moving back. UUP right now, they have their big position at 28.14. So we're right there. And also I've seen that on SQQQ, they changed their positioning just to 37.72. So looking for a bigger impulse move today. I think we're going to see a big one-day move before we have our numbers come in tomorrow. And that could be a really big move to the upside, in my opinion. We shall see what the market provides for us. But right now, I am seeing green lights ahead. And we do have some great earnings. Also, we have another one to put on the radar today, like DFNS, WXM. This one does have 576 million in the float. You can see it was trading at $4, and now we are trading up at 10.67. So this is a super low float one. This could be that DFNS run again. Let's come on over and check and see if we have the short volume catalyst as well. No, 35%. But this one does have a nice big move to it. I see the bigger money hanging out at 917. That has moved up from there. So right now I'm long biased across the board. I'm going to always tell you guys when I say, hey, caution, but I am loving SpaceX up to 200. I'm going to say it again. Took long-term swing position added because when we look at SpaceX, you guys know I look for this catalyst move. We have this downward trend right here, breakout with earnings. I said, hey, just before earnings, they're going to take it lower. I was texting Michael when he was out in San Francisco. I'm like, take a look at this. He sold some puts, nice profits. We have since June 18th, over 50% short volume. Everybody's saying, well, this lockup period, they're going to sell. It's going to inflate the float. It's going to drop. But here's the thing. When everybody is short biased, who's buying, right? If everybody is selling, who's buying? The big guys. And the big guys bought SpaceX down at 109.84. Are we seeing that they've sold it yet? Are we seeing that we have dropped below this bigger money level? No. We are seeing that this is continuing to grind higher day after day. The next threshold to watch, in my opinion, is 158.68. So I think that we still have a nice move up there. We broke the 125 threshold. This is going to be that diamond in the rough, that downward trend breakout, 70% short volume. We have, we've got the trend, we've got the large money behind us, and we have short volume. That is the short squeeze in the making. I mean, look at this. In 4 days, you've gone up 25%. I am still long SPCX, looking for this to hit 200 before August 21st, that next tranche that is going to be available to sell. And I think that this has some great gains ahead. Rocket ship higher. You could make almost 50% on this. And if you're selling options, you could make 100%. So I think all this is looking very positive for the market. The on again, off again war, that's old news.
Yeah, we're over that. But it's funny because I know you missed this, Jane, yesterday, but we did our whole education segment on just that, on the, everybody in the world betting for sub 100, everyone in the world betting that the unlock was not priced in. And damn, I think I sold too soon because I got out. So I got out after that. Not yesterday, the Friday was a big spike.
Or did you hold partial?
No, I dumped. I had common and I had the puts. The puts, they were like near zero anyway. So it's like there's a point where that risk is just not worth holding. I think I have like 150 shares or something, which was the allocation I got. Just to be, I might have that. I might have sold it, but it's just 90 some odd % out. So I hope we get another dip. And I'm going to go back to the well again and sell the puts again if I can. It's just been a 3 for 3. That last one, not going to lie, because I sold I think it was the 130 puts. And so for the second there, a little sweat going on, but I ended up getting full profit on that one too. So if we dip again, I'll do it again. I don't know if we're going to rip. I'm in agreement that the low is probably in. I don't know if we're going to go that high. I think we might chop for a bit, but yeah, it just shows a lot of what we talk about here is that when everybody is saying one thing, there is a large chance that the other thing's going to happen. And even if the thing that everyone thinks SpaceX is going to go down, if it did, it's everybody in the world. There's no one left to sell it, right? So the magnitude that it's going to go lower is small. But if everybody is wrong and they have to cover, then the magnitude is big. So that's why these become very big asymmetric bets, is because if the expected thing happens, the move is generally really small. And then if the unexpected thing happens, the move is generally big. So even if you look at it, there's a 50-50 chance that these people are right, well, you're still better to take the bet in the other direction, right? Because if it dropped, say it went to 70, well, that's a 30% decrease, right? And, if it rips to 150, that's a 50-ish% increase. So that just asymmetric nature of betting against the herd is the thing that usually, creates big moves. And it's short squeeze, right? Short squeeze.
What happened? Right? But what happened when this came out and everybody was saying this was going to be like 250s?
Right. Everyone was bullish. So that's when you bet bearish. And then when everyone's bearish, that's when you bet bullish. Right?
I guess that's what it is. We'll see what happens in the long run with SpaceX. But putting that aside, pun intended, take a look at our predictions challenge, because I think that's what you really need to be getting after. Forget the options plays. Go bet on this one, and you could be winning in an account, right? Well, I'll tell you what. This is all you got to do. Pull it up. Hit the link right now. Right now we have the CoreWeave. Target price is set at 5 p.m. Money Mitch, hey, hit me up on my email if you guys want to hit me up. Predicted price $98.99, because I think it hits 100 and starts to pull back. And since it's a 5 p.m. that this has to trigger, I think we'll get a little pullback below that. Expected move is around $12.68 if you look at the price right now, right? So we'll see what happens here on CoreWeave. There's the prediction submitted. good luck to myself and good luck to you in the competition. After, guys, and Douglas won, and he was only off by 2 cents on Levi's. So let's see what else we can do, guys. Definitely hit it up there, guys. Excited to take on the Trade the Pool prediction challenge. Get after it, guys. Link right there in the description, and it should be right there in the chat also. All right, let's keep getting after it.
Your gold comment, Jane, because I bought a ton of gold when I was on vacation.
Nice.
GLD around, it was, I think, 370s-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for it, and I know this isn't something that you talked about, but it could be a confirming thing, is there is a huge seasonal trend in gold between now and roughly February. So this isn't a discretionary trade like SpaceX. Yeah, it's a pure systematic trade. So you've got that on your side as well. The idea is that I think the reason people think of it is that everyone has to restock before Diwali, I believe it's called, which is the Indian giving festival, and then you've got Christmas after that, and then you have the Chinese New Year after that. So between now, when the restock happens, and when those holidays occur, there's this very testable seasonal trend, right? You can go back, and if you just say, I thought you just bought gold every August and you sold in February, that's a good one. I have some restrictions on that where I just don't want to buy it because it's a seasonal thing. So I have in my system some trends following type things, and it hit those as well. So just so you know, I know that's not the reason you were in it, but it's just showing there are some things that are kind of lining up there. So so I'm long gold here as well. I hope we go back to highs. I doubt we'll go back to highs, but if we can get a nice little push into like 450s or something, I'll be a super happy camper for something that is so safe. This is I guess more of an investment. There's no stop loss or profit target or anything. I just hold it until the end of the season, the kind of seasonality part of it, because it's gold. I'm not worried about like waking up and gold going to like zero tomorrow or anything like that.
Well, it's also a beautiful downward trend breakout. And on top of that, you have the end of July. Yeah, there you go. You've got, which is similar to the SpaceX chart. I mean, you just look at the charts, forget the tickers, and you'll see the same scenario. If we also consider the news that there's no more paper shorting for gold and silver in China. So that creates a change in spot price. It also says, hey, all those that were short are no longer allowed to be short. And it was, hey, it's going to be happening. It's going to be happening. Finally enacted in July, closing out short positions. And if you go to the silver chart, or if we have silver futures, you can see that we've got this nice cup and handle, right? If you go out, zoom out, super long term, I'm talking, we've got a nice cup and handle on the bigger, broader picture, which is going to lend us to potential time chance gains for silver, sort of a diagonal cup and handle. And you can see it right there. You can see the resistance, and now we're spreading out into an amazing potential for silver that has been undervalued and manipulated for a long period of time. So let's see what the SPY's got going on. Talk to us, Michael.
I had first ticks down, but again, this is one of those days where I'm going to keep zooming out to the daily chart just to give you guys context of we are inside yesterday's range, which is still inside this red candle's range, and we are just hanging out here. So I'm more inclined to buy any sell and to sell any rip than the other way around personally in this market. Just setting up my hangover trades. So yeah, I've got the hangover system. I'm just loading up here. Claude was being lazy this morning and didn't do it on time, so I have to go yell at it. But we've got some of that, and then we've got these trades here too. So good, all loaded up. That's how long it takes me to trade in the morning. So far a little bit of a sell. Again, we still have this pre-market overall range. We have to take a look at that and see, the low there is 772.5. If someone wants to, do that, is what's going on there with the market. HIMS is ripping. Thank you. I got to check on my earnings put sells. Both these should be in the money, even though both of them moved lower. Yeah, both HIMS and Rocket Labs, a little bit of cash there on those, so I'll take those. Again, I know my day's coming with the strategy. I'm not foolish enough to believe this will continue forever, but I think I'm like 20 for 20 at this point for trades. Just that one that's going to come whack me. It's going to come whack me real hard one day. So I just got to make sure. This is when you have a system like this, the main thing is to not get like too overconfident. You can have an 80+% win rate and think you're some sort of god, and then all of a sudden you lever up too much and you just get obliterated in a single day. That's not the move. That's not what you want to do.
Oh, WXM is halted already.
Wow. That's the crazy one du jour, is it?
Yep.
WXM.
That is the du jour sub 1 million. It has 746,000. So this is that DFNS all over again, right? If people get into it and they over leverage themselves, over position, it could drop down to 986, a $2 move, and still be in that upward trend. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be a matter of when this releases. Let's see, it just halted at 9:30 and 34 seconds. So we've got another 2 minutes before it will advance here.
And this one is China as well. And I just know that there's a lot of people that like to short these things that specifically exclude Chinese names from the list, because quite often whatever you see as a float is wrong, because what they'll do is they'll say, oh, you have 1 million shares in the float, but then you realize that one dude in China owns like 900,000 shares or something like that, and it's your float is really way tinier than you think, so the moves can be way more extreme than you think. So if you are going to short this one, just be very insanely careful, because these can just absolutely rip.
Especially day one. Day one momentum.
Well, that's why I'm so in love with Kevin's hangover strategy, and I've been working for a while to be able to fully automate that, is because it's playing off the human kind of TikTok brain of, oh, well, we don't really care about this one anymore, right? It's just, it's long, it's over, it's forgotten about, and then I will be the one to kind of step in and short when nobody cares.
Once the retail traders have been burned.
Exactly.
All right, seeing independent power producers doing well today, guys. Utilities leading the action here. Independent power producers up 2% almost out the gates there. So that's your GEV, your CEG. Who had CEG on the playbook yesterday? You guys know Money Mitch at it again. CEG coming up here towards 275s, looking like it wants to recover. Talked about how these energy trades have been the trade to make, especially after, of course, the blow up, right? So, of course, since that moment, these have been the trade to make. I'm actually long FLNC right now, looking to try to ride some of the beta names, but CEG looks good there. TLN and names like that looking good this morning.
Ooh, Crow. I don't know what that Ducks popularized that strategy. I don't know. I think you got to go further back to Tim. I think that's probably the OG of this stuff.
Well, it's a little bit different. I would say Ducks and Tim are a little different. I've actually interviewed Ducks. If you guys want to see that interview, I can show you guys it. But yeah, it's a little different. I think your Ducks is more of a quant, Michael. You'd like more Ducks' perspective. Tim Gutani is more of a, I would say, a PR expert. So he's the one that I talk about all the time, like understanding which PR companies are just fluff and put out these companies. Yeah. So he targets specific, like he'll understand which PRs like constantly do this. So he analyzes not just the pattern itself, but analyzes also the fluff in the put out, right? Like there's repeated offenders, we'll call them. as
yeah.
they show up all the time. So you really got to study deep to do more of the Tim Grutani outlook. That's more your Tim Sykes. I like how Dux does it. He's more into his quantitative mentality, and I think that's what does Dux that much. Like, that's why he gets that much bigger returns and has been able to kind of keep doing this. And he doesn't only short, right? That's the thing. Tim is only a shorter, right? Tim Grutani only short. Well, Dux doesn't only short. He also takes longs. He just likes taking these smaller names to the short side, but he's also taken like bigger stocks, right? He's traded Tempest. He's traded different names, right? So
I'm in WXM and rocking it
there you
to
go.
the upside.
Did it.
Oh, just got out a little. I like the trailing stop on these. Make my life easier. We'll enter again. Let's see here, just as it breaks out. Take a little.
Yeah, that halt was kind of uneventful. The reopen.
Well, the first
reopen
halt
was
is.
kinda...
First and second usually are uneventful. And then after that, it's the third one. You don't want to get caught on the third one because that's usually when the momentum is done. They really slow everything down. So right now, it's still in a nice upward trend. Just watching it.
So what's a KTB?
Nice little takeoff here in FLNC. Just got in this right on the dip there. Now starting to push, looking good here. Got pretty much two names in the green. Gilead really starting to take off. That was a big position for me. So looking good to see this get into the green. And what am I seeing lead the market today? I'm seeing utilities, basic materials, industrial, energy. And what did I say in the pre-market? Watch for the industrial and energy move. The trades that were working in the beginning part of the year, to come working again. So in 3 weeks, when they're talking about that on CNBC, tell them where you heard it first. Right here, trade the pool. Your boy, Money Mitch, of course. And Kramer, I'm coming for you. I'm coming. He knows it. Time's on my side, baby.
He's, I don't know if there's going to be a CNBC after Kramer. I told you about that, right? When I asked them, when I was on CNBC, and I asked him, I said, "What's your plan?" And the guy just went like white faced, like he's just
because they don't know that the plan is Money Mitch yet, Michael. They don't know yet. I am the savior. I am the savior.
It's coming.
When you have your whole company just kind of one
But
man.
you don't need that. You don't need a mainstream, right? I mean, we're doing it already. The people sharing.
The people. Nah, I'll make it better, Jane. Don't worry. It needs it needs a big uplift.
Oh yeah.
Needs a big uplift, right?
Yeah, dude was not. I felt like real bad for asking the question.
Look at Gilead, baby.
Ruined his day.
Look at that today. Let's go. Money Mitch at it again. Let's get it, guys. Gilead is pushing. And what is also pushing, Michael? You weren't here, but I was calling for the IBB. I just hope you loaded it up, dude.
Yep. Yeah, long biotechs, long healthcare, been most of the year.
The IBB, especially though up here, we were calling it right here on this pullback. And then I called it like on like the Friday, the 31st. And then ever since then, it's just been a 8% move higher, right? It's an ETF, right? So 8% on an ETF, that's a really good trade, right? That's what you want to be looking for sometimes, right? Not maybe the 30%.
So
yeah, you can go leverage, but I like the IBB because it's like a little bit, you're not going to see this drop 60 points. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff sometimes, right? With a specific smaller name, you might have that worry.
It's all about your account size, right? And if you don't have a big account size, well, that's kind of what we're here for. You can get one, and then you can trade these names where an 8%, if you're sitting there with $1,000 and you're like, well, I don't care about 8%. If you're sitting there with 200,000, then all of a sudden, right, 8% ends up being a pretty decent trade that happens in over a couple of days. So you get a couple 8% a year, it's fine. 8% minus the expense ratio. What is the expense ratio on this for like 5 days? Like 0.001%. Like I don't even really consider those because that is such a benefit that newer traders have that old ones didn't. Is just how cheap these expense ratios on these stocks are.
I'm going to
or the
reverse my position
ETFs,
here. It's
like,
below.
nuts.
Oh, it's halted. Uh-oh. Can't reverse it right this
Uh-oh.
second. Uh-oh.
Oh. All right, guys.
WYHG is another one that Day Trade with Tony is talking about. WYHG. Did it reopen yet?
WYHG.
There you go. Rocket ship up. Let's also check out SpaceX. How are we doing there?
All right, scene. Here's one for you guys. QMCO alert, high day alert there, and a ripper today, guys. So watch for the quantum names. I was actually talking about this yesterday, how you could start seeing these names lift. IonQ on the radar, Rigetti on the radar. Watch for this. This is what you call animal spirits coming out. And the animal spirits are out there. They're looking for beta. They're wanting the move. So anything that will move fast will probably get a lot of what? Sympathy play, right? So look to see what happens here if we start to see quantum names lifting. And the name that I'm seeing already up 40% is QMCO. Watch Rigetti. Watch those names start to catch up, right? QBTS, right? Those types of names could start making a move here. I'm calling it early so that no one yells at me later and saying, Money Mitch, you're a cherry picker. No, that's not what I do here, guys. I try to give you guys what's moving on the day and show you what flavor of ice cream's out there today. And right now, I am seeing that action. QMCO really looking strong, right? Like that's a nice momentum move right there, right off the action. 1 minute, a nice pop to 16, 40% move higher. How's Riot trading, of course, off the news of the Entropic? Looks like someone knew this news. I don't know about you guys, but when I see that the news came out at 8 p.m. up here, and this is the type of action that was happening prior to it, just shows you more and more. Yeah, somebody was telling that news long before it got into the PR. So, man, one day maybe the SEC will do their job, but you know how it is out there, guys.
I've been trading a long time, and it hasn't been the biggest thing I saw.
You know what it is for the news to come out at the top right here, Michael, right? Like,
I know. Just follow Unusual Whales on Twitter. They just always goes, yeah, this is crazy. This thing got bought out. And look at this weird options trade that took place.
And then nothing happens. You hear nothing after that. Yeah.
It's so easy to track because you can't just open up an options account and just go like, they have to know about you.
100,000 on leverage, right? Like options accounts are very important on margin. You can't just go and leverage up like an insane amount in options. Like you can kind of in equities, right? That's a little bit different.
Well, it's like to open any brokerage account, you are like providing documents proving who you are. You are like, it's very, you can't hide these things. All you have to do is go subpoena the broker and just, you'd very easily know. Anyway, the
Freedom of Information Act. I wonder if that would work.
You can't do personal stuff with that. You can only do government for FOIA stuff. What Mitch saying, tech down. This is a perfect example of why you look at the RSP versus the SPY. So if you go to my screen here, this is kind of all you need to see. If you flip between these two charts, knowing the SPY is like 30 to, I'd argue 50% tech. And then the RSP is going to be more average weight, and just look at what they're doing today. SPY down off the open, trying to bounce, look like that bounce going to fail. RSP just rip right from the open, sitting at highs, sitting at all-time highs on the RSP, and then the SPY is a little bit below that. Then if you want more confirmation, you just go down the list and you say, okay, well, what about the mags? Well, mags are down 0.5%. Qs are down just a little bit. The underperformance in tech has been just in your face, glaring the entire time. So, just go through this and you can find what environment you're in pretty quickly, right? We're in the environment where the average stock is doing just great, and everything else is doing, or the tech is having a hard time. You can also do it. I like this little tool here from FinViz where you can just go, we have 56% of stocks advancing and 40% of stocks declining. So just showing way more stocks are up than down. And another way you can look at it, but I just like to look up here and say, okay, well, right, Russell up and ripping, Dow up and ripping, NASDAQ selling from the open, SPY selling from the open. And that just gives you a really good, clean understanding of what it is that you're looking at, which again is tech up or tech down, and everyone else doing just fine.
We are open again on WXM here.
Might have to get out of DraftKings for the time being, guys. If it starts to cut the low today, I think it can go to 24 and below that. So I might undercut that and look for the re-entry back towards like 23.50s. So just to mention that. So expect to see potentially.
We have gold up and silver down. That's an interesting split there.
I mean, basic materials has been one of the hottest areas, and I think it's not being talked about. Of course, you see in today aluminum up 2.4%, chemicals, building materials.
Yeah, look at this
metals
chart.
And minerals.
I was looking at this yesterday. This is just such a nice chart because I'm always looking for the next thing, and this XLB chart just looks primed.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that looks like it's just waiting for a nice breakout on XLB. So I love that look. Short term, maybe 3 days up in a row might not be the moment to buy right here, but yeah, XLB looks like it's the next thing that I'm going to really hunt for. Take some of those IBB profits and roll them over.
Yep. So you want to be looking at the names that are strong, right? Your MP materials, right? Look for the pullbacks in that one. Today's pullback opportunity was USAR after it pulled back significantly yesterday in the after hours, already rebounding today towards the 19. We'll see if it can continue to rebound, but there's plenty of names to watch out in the space. And metals and minerals, steel names holding well, aluminum, of course, your Alcoa. Kind of playing in there. We'll look to see how those names perform. I did get cut out of FCX this morning for a slight loss. We'll look to see if I get back in. SCCO would be one that I'd kind of watch. But that's the only industry in the red in basic materials today is copper. Industrials ripping higher, guys, led by farm and heavy construction. So today is your cat takeoff day. Deere taking off. Picard doing really well. AGCO up 2%. That tells you more and more. This is what you call the tide lifting all the boats out there in farm and heavy construction. Then rental leasing doing really well. Tickers like URI, Sunbelt Rentals is one name that I like in this space. Take a look at that one. That one's been trying to trade with URI. They trade very similar, right? You're talking about two rental companies that do almost the same thing. And you could trade these side by side. So I always love relationship plays. That's an interesting one there. ETN doing really well, and it looks like a big industrial day, at least from what I'm seeing here. Railroads up, airlines up. I mean, the only thing down in the industrial space, unfortunately, is the aerospace and defense right now, but that could always flip. We'll see if that does flip. SpaceX down 2.67% out the gates here. Ooh, the stock to watch there is the Honeywell Aerospace one. That one I like, Michael. It's deep in the gutter, HONA.
Let me look. HONA.
It's Honeywell Aerospace. And
is that
this one just
legit, or is that a weird?
It's legit.
HONA.
That's legit.
That gap down was earnings? Oh, yeah.
Earnings.
So gap down after earnings. That'd be an interesting put sell.
Love that one. Because the truth is that, like, I think this also just came out in wrong timing, and sometimes that can happen, right? If the aerospace starts to kick up again and defensive starts to kick up again, this one would probably just kick up again, right? And so it would be kind of more of an industry call than a stock specific, right? You can see today it's picking up really good. So what you'd want to see is this one rip, and then Rocket Lab go green by the end of the day. SpaceX go green by the end of the day, right? Because what you want to see is kind of leaders take a step back and the laggards start to come up, right? It's kind of this mean reversion action that happens, the pistons back and forth, and then you'll see the leaders, you want to see them come back into play, right? So just watch for that action, looking to see if we can get that move. Still holding in Gilead, wanting to add in Gilead. If I do get out of any of these trades, any trade goes really red here for me, I'll use that money to add to Gilead as Gilead continues to work here. This is one of my favorite trade setups right now. On the daily, just looks really good and primed to go here. This is why I wanted to stay in. I told you guys all these buying wicks yesterday. I stayed in even though I was red, right? Some traders really cut trades really quickly if they're red. For me, I had to just hold to my risk, and now getting the reward for it. We'll see if we're able to cash this above the trend line and really get the breakout.
Yeah, so moving, we're seeing the SPY continue to grind lower, and we're the RSP continuing to grind higher. So just a story of the tech is, here's the RSP, new highs, and does that, I think that gets us, new all-time closing high, like a little bit below that wick for the highest price of the average large cap stock ever. And then this is the SPY, just complete opposites. And I love this as a ratio and just looking at these different ideas to say, yeah, it's all we really need to see is if one of these is moving up and the other one's moving down, it's either tech on or tech off. It looks like a bit of a tech off day. And that's good for the average stock out there. And we'll see if this trend continues. At some point,
I'm still bullish overall on the Qs. But
yeah, well,
of course, it can have a retracement. Like right here, 718.36, and risk would be down to 713.14 would be that optimal entry to get back in. Still in an upward trend.
I think you got to just see the trend line there. It's just acting as heavy resistance. At some point, resistance is resistance until it isn't, but you've hit it now 3 or 4 times right on the hammer. So I can pull it up to show you guys that chart and how that looks here. This is the pocket that you can clearly see there. So I think at this point, to me, it leans me to the 9 EMA attempts. That's a 7-11 pullback, right? So that creates a sideways triangle pattern here, right? You see this trend line, it can't get above that, right? It keeps fighting. At some point, it leaves that easy pocket back to like 713, 710, somewhere in between there, right? We don't have to be so exact, right? And that's what you'll see Jane give like a 713. I'll give a 711, right? 712s. What are we doing? We're using our indicators, our abilities to use different levels, look into the market and be patient, right? Versus trying to chase up here. And even if you're buying up here, what edge do you really have? You have to be so tight on risk because you can easily get the move down here, right? We're not saying that tech is a complete washout. We're saying that pullbacks are seeming to be playing in, right?
Sorry, I took my profit too early on the WXM short.
Hey, can't be mad about that. Take your money where you can get it. You gotta take your money where you can get it. That's what it's about in trading. All right, DraftKings coming back into the green there, guys. I have my stop set at the low today, but DraftKings coming right back up. Let's go, DraftKings. Let's go into the space there. Maybe it's just myself because I've been building too much, guys. I'm building a little bit of a fantasy football website, so maybe it's just the gambling in me, guys. I've been pushing, man. I'll let you guys check it out sometime and give me some feedback once I fully have it out there. Right now, it's like on the finishing process. So we're also going to be doing a league here for Trade the Pool, and I'm pushing, guys. I need you guys in the chat that are big fantasy football fans to push for this. Also, I'm trying to push for a big eval giveaway with that league so that you can win like a big evaluation account, right? Well, let me know if you guys are interested in some fantasy football. We can definitely get after it, have ourselves a little bit of a league here for the community.
Yeah, and
I've never done that.
Just checking out,
Gotta get you into football, Jane.
Well, you're down there now, right? That's you got to throw all your hockey stuff away.
Yeah, dude. Throw that hockey stuff. Throw that ice stuff out. The only place you get ice here is at you're getting a slushie or something like that to stay away from the heat. Yeah, that's the only way you're doing it here. Get yourself a snow cone machine, right, at the house. Right. The girls will love that. Oh, That's the way to
Doesn't
do it.
Ninja have one? I have to tell you though, I got to check out RCL because when I was on board, everybody was like
The ice
80%
creams.
were second time cruisers. So that to me is
Ah,
saying everybody's loving this, and I'm going to be cruising. I don't know if you guys want to join me. New Year's Eve 2028. I think we should get a whole trade the pool team. We all go 9 days. We could do a seminar on there too.
Jane, I think you would be great to talk about that. We got to talk about that. We got to make a little bit of a charity event for traders, and you and I can go relax out there in the Caribbean somewhere.
And the
Michael,
kids,
you're welcome to join
kids love it.
And get a suntan.
I'm
But
good. Cruises freak me out, man.
We'll see
you got
you-
all these people.
we'll see you on
you're
the Lobster.
crammed in on a boat.
You
The
know
only
what
boat-
though?
me, dude, it's
that's
the
why
best vacation there is out there, man. The best
It
vacation.
is.
You have
Listen,
a
my
butler.
husband, who does not like any crowds, loved it. It's a resort that
okay.
moves with you. It moves while you're sleeping. You have all your
Yes.
food taken care of. They've got kids clubs where the kids can go and hang for free.
You
and
don't have
you
to
can
worry
enjoy
about
your
what
time.
restaurant you're going to. You just go.
Exactly. So it's just a matter of, hey, I'm going to go and enjoy myself, stress free.
Hey.
The kids love the flexibility of it too. I'm all for
Shout
it.
out to the chat out there. Shout out to the chat. If you are big on cruising, let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
It's good
One, that you
channel
like
check.
to cruise, or a two, it's not for you.
Yeah, no, the only boat I want to be on is my canoe in a lake somewhere and, catching some fish or something. Oh, we have, Trump has woken up this morning, so the
yeah.
tweets are now coming. And he's ranting about Iran. So, look at your defense stocks, maybe start taking a look at the SP 500.
On
I
again,
don't
off again
know.
war.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to care that much because it's Iran, but he's up tweeting or something. So you can always just tell from Walter Bloomberg when he just starts spamming Trump and then a statement and then Trump and then so he's right. Blah, blah. Frustrated with the agrees privately, refused publicly, frustrated with Iran's negotiation style. They would have had a nuclear weapon by now. So just, right, hold on to your butts because we're tweeting. We're tweeting.
For sure. Well, it's also roughly, 9:45. Everything just sort of changes around. The only red that I have, like I said, for the Mag 7 to really affect the market is Apple. Surprisingly enough, Apple was the only one that had they were the only ones that were long whenever all the others were red after earnings, and now it's flipped. So now Apple's the only one that shows any selling. Other than that, we've got all of the other Mag 7 that are long biased to me, with the bigger money below them. So I see this as an opportunity. I've got the Mag 7 up over here. We're coming back. We're hitting that 4 EMA at 68.75. This is just an opportunity, in my opinion, to get back in and continue to see new highs. I think we're going to see a major short squeeze coming up, at least up here. 788, 790 zone is going to be that test. Michael, right here, 748, if you wanted to sell, that would be my zone that I would say, hey, as long as we stay above it. We've also got the 50 simple right there if you wanted to sell some puts on that. But we're still in increasing mode right here. And I think we've got more space to the upside. On that, I'm going to leave you guys. Let Jesse join you. I'm going to head on over to the fibers. Have an amazing day.
Have a good one, Jane.
Have a good one.
Wow, that was a fun replacement.
Jeez, wow! She just
Look at that.
transformed. They didn't even pull him out back in. Just boom.
Jane with a beard all of a sudden. Wow. Michael,
What
welcome
the-
back. I hope the
Hey,
state
hey,
did you
hey.
well.
Hey, in Florida, there's a lot of Janes with beards, so be careful out there.
The States was good. I wasn't there very long, and I was there for. It's a long flight to go for just a day or so, but yeah, I
was gonna
came
ask
back
you,
pretty
how
quick.
many-
But
How many hours is that?
with in the air 8 hours with layover and everything, it's like 10 or so. I took the red eye back, which was
No
really the
way.
move.
Wow.
Oh no, I give me some. I got some melatonin. I got my neck pillow. I had my eye mask, my noise canceling headphones. I just 5 hours did not exist. Totally
Then
fine
you
with
sit
it.
down and you're like, dude, my knees are hitting the guy in front of me.
Oh no. I do the
And
economy
you're
plus.
a big guy, dude.
Yeah, if you are,
dude, I couldn't handle it.
No, if you're flying me somewhere, you are flying me not the business class, but the one in the middle,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
not
the extended leg.
Yeah, not the
give me the
plebs
extended leg.
and not the rich people, but at least give me that middle one. That's a good compromise, I think, right?
I can't blame you for that, man. It's a
Well,
tough one
I'll
out
take
there.
it.
Chat is really lively, you guys. Have you caught all this? They're talking nukes, Iran. They're talking testosterone. Hey, good morning, Cat.
It's everything. We're
everything here.
complete.
Yeah.
We're completely. I was going fantasy football. Hey, Jesse, are you a fantasy football guy?
I used to be. Yeah, I used to do fantasy football.
We're gonna bring you back. We're gonna bring you back, my friend.
Now I
bring you back.
now I trade stocks and have a bunch of kids. So
Well, it's okay. You can still watch a little bit of football, my friend.
I'm living a fantasy, Money Mitch. I'm living the fantasy.
Don't worry. We'll get you back in. We'll reel you back in.
All right. Are you playing this year? I assume you are.
I'm trying to start a league here. Trade the pool.
Cool. All
So,
right. Yeah, I'm in. Sweet.
Yeah, there you go. You can get in on it, and
Just like that. You brought me
we
back.
can have some fun with it, man. And we'll hold it for like a big eval. I'm trying to push it. I'm trying to see if they give me the 200K, but shh.
Nice. Yeah, I used to be really up on the players and the names and everything that was going on, and just throughout the years, I've
No,
lost.
it's even better that you don't know. You just let your cat pick or something, dude. You never know.
I'll let one of the
Or
young
even
kids
better, I have a website I'm making. I'll let you in.
A website. Money Mitch has a website. All right.
Hey, dude, I've been building, everything, man.
You're a builder, man. You're a builder.
Put it this way, if I'm up late, it's because I'm building, man. And my wife is not liking AI anymore because it keeps me up at night. But
Mitch's new partner, AI.
no, there's like a meme where like it's like the guy's on the computer and he's like he runs out of credit and like this like clawed like demon looking thing grabs you and throws you in bed and puts you to bed. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Wow.
You're latched to your computer and you're just like coding every night.
Oh my god.
Hey, welcome to it.
I like that. SK Heine's doing pretty well this morning. It's broke out of its pre-market
the
high and
Heine.
made a new high, and then we're in the 140s with SK Hynix.
Not a bad one to watch, man.
Little
Not a bad
reverse
one to
there.
watch, man. The Qs are not going anywhere, which is all you need to see. So, like, I'm not going to get bearish until it really shows me, right? Like, I even looked at Microsoft right now. And I was like, do you want to go short? And I'm like, no, it's not going anywhere, Mitch. Stop getting excited, right? Like, we can't over jump the Qs down either, right? If they're holding in, that means for a reason they're holding in, right? We're trend trading, right? So we look at the 9 EMA. 9 EMA is still far away from the Qs. So the strength's still out there. Watch for stocks like what Jesse's mentioning right here, SK Hynix, the ones that are in the gutter, or the ones that have come back to the 9 that were strong. I saw GLW earlier today as being one of those names that was strong a couple days ago, has pulled back to the 9 and could get reloaded into, right? Those are the types of names that I'd be watching. But yeah, I like the name that you're mentioning here also with SK Hynix and looking at like a Micron trade here. Right off the 9 EMA, has been not playing in whatsoever on the rally. Today could be that day that it plays in, right?
That's right. SpaceX definitely got off to a bearish start, but it looks like it's curling around. I did take a short in it and got a little green, but I also got caught in some chop with it, so I only got a little bit of green with the SpaceX. Kind of missed it when it was going down, but was able to take enough. So it looks like it just broke VWAP with SpaceX.
I just covered my hymns. But so,
Covered the
just
hymns.
FYI.
Nice.
One.
You know, this just part of it because it's just ripping up a little bit here. The other part of
hymns
it's just
can go.
because it's just
I'm still-
it's chilled out. That
Is-
was a nice.
I like this trade.
Is Hims that one company that does the mail product thing? I'm totally lost with Hims. Isn't
It's
that
just
those?
think about it as a generic advantage, right? All it does is try to get generic drugs that they can do and target people, right? There's hims and hers, right? Yes, they do have like, let's say like ED medicine, but they have tons, right? They can fix your hair. And so what they do is they try to get generics, right? And then try to attack the market like that, right? That's what they do. That's why people hate them. That's why the weight loss, the big drug money hates them, because they undercut them essentially, right? So that's the mentality for HIMS. Undercut the big boys by providing generics. Of course, they're not going to be as good as the main one. It's like, do you buy, your Charmin, or do you buy your, Winn-Dixie toilet paper, right? There you go. There's an analogy for you.
There's an analogy. I'll take whatever works.
You take that sandpaper, dude? I don't know, man.
Whatever's available.
That public bathroom sandpaper, toilet paper. I don't know about that
bad
one.
Gas stations out there. There's some bad gas stations.
That's the sandpaper, bro.
I'm sure Canada knows nothing about that.
Oh no, we got we got the same.
They use the trees, man. They use the outlets.
Oh man,
Oh my God.
You've known nothing until you spent like 20 minutes looking for the correct moss to wipe with, because you're just out there. Like when you're out there, you're not bringing that with you. It's too bulky. It takes up your whole pack, right? You're just finding the correct moss that works for you.
We're going full circle here today, man.
Hey, check it for bugs before you go.
Just don't grab the poison ivy, man, because that will be a long laid up time in bed.
A very quick lesson when you're out there. I already
a good use of AI. Do you go out there and just start?
Oh man, I almost.
Is this poison ivy? Is this poison oak?
I almost hucked my son the other day because he was like, "Oh, I gotta go use the bathroom, Dad." We were out in the woods, like, okay, and I see him walking towards it and just like grab him by the shirt and pull him back. It's like, okay, now is that time for a life lesson. You see that? You do not want to pee near that. Thank you. That will be a very bad time for a very long period of time. So you be careful.
We have poison ivy where I live. It's bad. I get it about once a year.
The trade waking up is a tech trade, guys. So I will mention that. And I think Micron seems like a nice opportunity here. So I might take a shot here on that name. It just looks like a good opportunity to take a shot here. So let's see. Go ahead. Let's see if we can get this start to move here.
Close to high day.
You taking the short? You taking the short on MU?
No, long.
You're going long. Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it.
Long. Tech coming back in. Q's coming back in. Can we break the highs? Right? Can the Qs recover the opening price? Is going to be the big level here. Opening price gives us a level at 723.30s. A real big tip I got from the guy that spent 20 plus years on the floor. He said, if there's one thing I would tell you guys to look at, it's not, let's say like the orb trade or let's say maybe the VWAP. What I looked at a lot that made me my money, he said, was the opening price and understanding how important that opening price is. If the action just stays below opening price, no one wants that stock, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like opening price is a very important indicator, especially if you're getting washouts below and then recovery back through that opening price, right? Because that tells you a lot. That tells you that the price came down and there was buyers waiting, right? So a lot of people, right, they call that the auction, right? That opening action, right? It's an auction every day. And so you want to be watching that auction to see if they can bring it back to that opening price and think about it like an auction, right?
That's good advice.
Yeah. And sometimes let's say like if you like a stock, Jesse, and you're in the morning, you're like, I want SK Hynix today. Right? Well, you tell yourself it's going to open here. I'm going to give it, let's say 5 minutes to play out. And then I just want to see when it comes back to open and I'm going to take it there, but it needs to come back through the open and giving me that potential of letting that discount play in first. And then once it gets into the strength mode again, then I can jump into the name. Right.
Yeah.
So
no.
Opening price, guys, look into it.
Opening price. Looks like MU's dumping right now. We're back to 860 and we're about tapping that pre-market low of 858. We closed yesterday at 861 with MU, so that's interesting.
Yeah, we're still struggling a little bit from the tech side of things, but we're trying. We got this.
Had a
Right
little
there's your
pop.
open 723 on the Qs. Nice little grind higher from here, so we are looking good. I'm just looking to see if we got any new tweets that may have caused that. There we go.
Did we?
U.S. can still strike Iran with great force.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
There we
Great
go.
force.
Okay.
Mags
With
recovering.
great force.
Right, this is pretty interesting, right? The Mags was, I think, down like 0.6% or something at one point, and has recovered to just tick green on the day to go flat. But just look at these bases, right? This is a very good zoom out moment. Like, look at the Qs, 3 days of doing nothing. Look at the Mags so far, 4 or 5 days of doing nothing, and we have big CPI print coming out tomorrow. So a lot of this might be games. The upside might be games, downside might be games.
Yeah,
that type of
that
thing.
hit hard right back down there. Trumpster really ruining that Micron trade really fast.
Okay.
Trump, don't worry, you owe me one. You owe me one, Trumpster. Oh man, did you? Good Lord, did you guys hear what he was saying yesterday about the vaccines? Oh, good Lord.
Well, isn't he trying to change the schedule for children's vaccines? That's what I read.
Yeah, right? Jesse, you read the really good message.
Okay,
until
good.
you read and you actually watch the video. He's like, "Oh, they give these kids. I've seen it. They give them bottled size shots."
There is
I'm
a
like-
0% chance that man has been to the doctor with his kids when they've gotten vaccine. There's a negative 5% chance.
negative
Like,
right.
This guy says they're giving kids bottle size shots.
Well,
I can tell you, I have 2 kids. They haven't gotten one shot that was a bottle size. I would punch that doctor in the face. If he came into the room with a bottle size shot, I would punch him in the face.
I will say, having as many
man.
kids as I've had, when we go to the hospital, they do want to pump
good
their
Lord.
kids up with like so much stuff. Like the minute they're born, they're like, "Baby needs this." I'm like, I don't think my kid needs a hepatitis B shot.
But you can say no.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, you can.
You can say no.
Yeah,
That's where I
absolutely.
think some people just don't
right.
realize. Like,
Yeah.
like there's some that you have to, right? There's some that you do. Like let's just plain and simple, right? But there's another thing. Like, let's say, like for like my kids that don't go to daycare, don't go, and they're not exposed like some kids are.
Sure.
Then you don't need to expose them to so many vaccines, right? That's just the key. But if your kids are going to daycare, trust me, you might want to give them all that crap, right? Because just ask Michael. Daycare is a fun place to be, to catch everything.
Willie Hayes.
So
Medical tyranny is real. Willie Hayes.
I have walked in and seen like literally my kid's hand in another kid's mouth as they're like, it's like they just do the dumbest stuff that they possibly. It's weird that
you
we've
put kids together
survived as a race because it seems like they're pre-programmed at birth to off themselves.
to try to destroy themselves.
They're just like, hey, this is really high. Let me jump off it and see what happens. Like, why?
Dude,
Building up their system's immunity, right? Like, you
And
know,
then all of a
I
sudden
had
you
one
see
that
like
dropped from like 10 feet, dude. He dropped from like 10 feet. He just literally just jumped down.
well, and they like you see a giraffe come out and it can walk and like feed itself, and it's like my kid's just trying to like lick the light sockets. It's like how did we win? How are we the dominant species out there? There's no way.
Well, like a trader will do, right? Like a trader will lick the wall, lick that outlet all day long.
Like how did we become the guys? I doesn't understand. Doesn't make sense.
Hey, they still have been saying, it's kind of like the caveman, right? You hit yourself on the thumb. You still keep doing it. Don't do that, traders. Don't do that. Stop hitting yourself in the thumb.
IWM is looking poised here, right? So we never went negative today, sitting right at highs. This is a nice looking chart. You came back up to these all-time highs, just putting in this nice little base. Again, I think it probably happens tomorrow. And after the CPI print, after everyone's kind of comfortable that the world's not ending again. But this IWM chart looks really, really nice. And remember, if that doesn't get your juices going, there's both TZA and TNA, which are triple leveraged IWM trades.
Ooh, triple leverage.
You can trade these guys and
He's
get
holding
a
well,
lot of juice.
I will say the Qs are holding really well here. Rocket Lab got back through the open and holding well. So I think that's one thing to just kind of keep an eye out. That one's actually starting to pump along. That can help your SpaceX, right? Like I mentioned, you want to see Rocket Lab start to lead. You want to see SpaceX climb back. And then you want to see the other ones, right? The other aerospace names like HONA, right? Continue to push. Boeing. You want to see those defensive names start to get that nice little lift off right back in. Look at RTX as a perfect example today of going red to green, and it's a big red to green, right? Like this is why you want to have bigger time frame charts. Look at this RTX on the 15-minute. On the 1 minute, that's a pretty nice little red to green action right back up. On the 15-minute, you can see how it's just a wick underneath the support and bodies close where? Really tight on the action, right? This is just a wick out. This is how they scare you out and then they make the move, right? So this is why you always need to be positioning small and maybe waiting for this type of action to really kind of get positioned in big. Once you see those liquidity scares and those movement down, that's when I usually feel like it's the time to really load up. Because at that point, you know you're out, right? Price action back down in this area tells you you don't want to be in the trade anymore. Right. And so once you can define that type of area is when you really want to size into this thing. Right. So like if I was taking the trade, it would be, let's say I was even trading this the last couple of days, right? Sizing in, looking at undercuts through the 224 level. Today, when it finally reclaims 224 and holds on this pullback, you start to add in and you take your shot. Right. So we'll see what happens. The RTX continuing to push up. That could help Lockheed Martin. That could help the XLI continue to push higher. Look at the XLI right now up there towards 187.14s and pushing strong, right? We talked about Caterpillar, these types of names. There's a lot of action going on there in the industrial space today, and also utilities as being the leading two sectors on the day. Utilities and industrials. Then basic materials, the trade that Michael's been talking about also there with the XLB. Right. Energy continuing higher too, which is the interesting one, right? You don't see this happen too often. I mentioned it in the pre-market that we could start seeing this relationship, but this is what is coming back into play. Energy up and also XLI up, right? So not a relationship you see often.
And like you mentioned, Rocket Lab doing really well off the 9 EMA, just stair-stepping on up, trying to go back to the high of day at 80.09 for Rocket Lab.
Well, like my man Day Trade Tony says here, smash the like, guys. If we hit 50 likes, we're able to give a giveaway for you guys. So it's only at the end of the day, if you guys hit that like, that we're able to reward you guys. So if you guys want to continue to get rewarded with accounts here, you guys already take the time to spend the time here. Might as well get an account while you're at it, right? Even if for some reason you're like some traders that trade, let's say multiple brokers, why not have an additional account? There's never too much money. If you tell me I can get more money to trade, send it my way, because Michael or I will take it any day, and Jesse will go long on Micron tomorrow if you hand it to him. So just let him know, because he's looking for the extra money. And if you're looking for extra money, just hit that like. Right? That's how we give giveaways. That's how we reward you guys. And that's also how you let Trade the Pool know that you want us on more often, right? If you want us on, hit that like.
Well, yeah, and like I always say is that, these are amazing accounts to test new ideas, because you're getting, kind of it's kind of a, I guess, a paper trading account with a potential upside. for a decent price, right? You spend $100. That's what you'd probably pay for a paper trader anyway, with real-time data across all the markets and simulating, doing the fills and tracking all that in the back end and blah, blah. So you're probably going to pay that anyway. But with this account, if your strategy's really good, then you can have some good things happen from it, right? You can end up making a decent amount of cash off that. So that's why I use it, even though, I have accounts that I are my more serious accounts. You're seeing me test new strategies all the time, and it's one of the best ways to do it. That is a gross chart. I really need to get good at programming that thing. And it's a great place because you see right on Mitch's background, you've got limited risk. You pay your $100. If the strategy you're testing is awful, you're just okay, that's fine. If the strategy you're testing is amazing, then great. You're gonna make a ton of money from it, right? So, yeah, Rocket Lab. I just had that up. I was looking at that because that's kind of round tripping here as well. It's getting back up to the high. I've got my eyes on it because I did that put sell yesterday, so I'm watching it. I'm up decent on it, but it's to the point where if I can eke out a little bit more profit by just watching it this morning, then I'm going to do that. So as long as we hold the lows, the benefit of selling options is that you have this, the time is on your side, right? I can just sit here and wait, and I can get paid a couple bucks every day for a theta decay. If we get a little pop through the highs, I'll probably cover it and move on and wait for the next thing. But it's just an interesting chart because it got like shellacked. If you go over and you look at what happened in the pre and the post market, right? It got absolutely wrecked. And not only is it close to going green from the open here, it's already green from high of the day, breaking the high of the day, but it's close to just going green, period. At one point, I think this was down like 10%. And that to round trip that 10%, there is probably a handful of shorts that lost a lot of money real quick, and they might be forced to cover. So that's why I've kind of given this one just a little bit of room, see if it can make that pop. Then I'll take a little bit more cash from that trade.
Day trade with Tony says it might be a no trade day for him because he can't find the setup that he needs. But he says that's not a bad thing. It's better no trades than a bunch of losing trades. That's right, Tony. Yep. Sometimes it just pays to sit on your hands and say, hey, the setup's not there. It's not, and you're going to come back tomorrow. So that's good work, sometimes with no work. Sometimes the work is just watching.
I was always told that you're onto it as a trader when you sit down in the chair all day long and you don't do anything. Yeah. Because that means that you have a system and you have the discipline to wait for the system to trigger. And that's it. That's kind of the whole thing that we're doing here. People who look and they take a trade every day, they either have a system that's giving a lot of triggers, and which good for them, or they're just trading out of boredom and all those things, which not so good. So yeah, having it's always a good thing. You should reward yourself when you say, hey, I did absolutely nothing today. It's like, good for you. And
very good. Yep. We do have earnings tonight, guys. We have come back 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. We do have earnings. We got Light, CoreWeave, SMCI, and Java tonight. So it'll be really interesting, especially with CoreWeave. I've traded CoreWeave quite a bit.
I can't do a SMCI for the put sell. I will not do a put sell because that's the thing with these put sells. You have to be. So I can go through them with you. So HIMS, right? I sold it kind of right. I think it was like 25. So I'm basically saying, am I okay selling HIMS if it kind of gaps down into this area, owning HIMS if it gaps down into this area? I'm like, yeah. I think I could kind of trade my way out or flat or just lose a little bit of money doing that. And Rocket Lab, I did another same thing. It was just down in this area. So I looked at this, say, well, I did the 60. So it's right here. So, okay, well, am I okay owning Rocket Lab if it gapped down to kind of this area or a little bit below it? It's fine. SMCI, no shot. They get the DOJ seems like knocks on their door once a year. It says, what shady nonsense are you up to this time?
Exactly.
So I would not be comfortable owning. And that's, I think, a really key distinction of these things is because, you're going to be right 80 some odd % of the time, and then you're going to get absolutely kicked right in the pills periodically. So you have to be okay with the thing that you're going to get assigned and the thing that you're going to own. But CoreWeave, that's a different story. So CRWV, is that? Yeah, that's CoreWeave.
Yep.
I don't know. So if there's any juice in, like, say, look at this big support here, this $65 area. If there's any juice there, I might take a little bit of a shot there.
Another thing to keep in mind is how much Microsoft owns CoreWeave. So you can do the trade that I did, where when Microsoft reported, I was longing CoreWeave because I expected Microsoft to go up, so I longed CoreWeave, right? Or you could essentially do the opposite trade this time, right? You could be playing Microsoft off of CoreWeave. So the thing that happens a lot of times for me is that earnings stocks have such wide spreads that they're not worth it to me to go to. I'd rather go to the nearest correlation play and play that play with a tight spread, right? So take a look into this, right? This is just a different way of going about it. You have to have a stock that has really tight correlation, but perfect example is CoreWeave and Microsoft. Why? Because Microsoft owns a ton of CoreWeave. And I'll give you the exact amount. I think it's, I'll tell you in 2 seconds here.
So I'm looking at the $65 puts. Let's just see. I can show you guys. I think I can show you guys without doxing myself here. There's nothing on the ones that expire this week. What about next week? 31 cents. So if I click this button, I'm not going to show you where I live, right? Hopefully. Yeah. So here we go. So this is the options chain here for CoreWeave. So 65, funny. This is the volume column. This is where most people seem to be doing this trade. So 31 cents to 33 cents. So a really tight spread on that guy. And it just shows. So basically if CoreWeave doesn't gap down too low below $65 in this area, then these will generate $31. So $31 per contract. So you do 10, and then you say, okay, am I okay with owning 1,000 shares of this stock at this price? And then you look at the delta and you say, okay, it's 0.05. So basically the market is pricing in that there's only a 5% chance that this thing gets triggered. So you can just run this math and say, okay, right, that's what the market makers are saying. That's the probability the whole market's kind of putting in. It's about a 5% chance that this thing gets under that price in the next 10 days. That's with, everything included. So basically what you're just saying is, right, do you believe, do your technicals there line up with what that's saying? And then if so, then there's your trade. And you just got to know that worst case scenario, you now own, if you say you do 10 of them, you own 1,000 shares at that price. And you got to deal with that. You got to either be able to trade your way out, sell calls, all kinds of stuff that you can do. Or if you just would be okay owning CoreWeave at that price, and I think I would because that's a pretty decent support zone. I think it might hold on to. You take the trade. So it's an interesting way to do it. Now, the way you can do that kind of stuff with Trade the Pool, so you can just set out a stink bid there, right? You can just go and, the odds you're going to get filled are about 5% based off of this, but it doesn't cost you anything, unlike your broker, where if you put out orders like that, they're going to charge you a little bit of margin. You can just, with your Trade the Pool account, especially if you've got a swing account, you can just put out those orders, and if it comes in and grabs you, great. And you can kind of take the trade that way, right? If you want to just do the equity side of things. But the benefit of the equity side of things is much easier to get yourself out of the trade during that earnings kind of fiasco if you're doing it. I know a bunch of people that do that algorithmically look at these areas and they just set up out a whole bunch of orders right before earnings, and they're just getting kind of pinged on the trades that are triggering and working their way out of it. And ends up being a pretty decent way to make a couple bucks that way. Yeah, let's see. So I might do that, but so for these, I usually just wait till the end of the day, because then you're not getting the intraday kind of move back and forth to that you're having to deal with. You're not trying to predict the intraday action, and but I always put it as you're just saying, I think it won't hit this price. It can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. I just think it's not going to hit $65 over the next few days. And if you're right, you make money, and if you're wrong, you lose money. But because you're going to be right very frequently, based off the math, like 90 some odd, 80, 90% of the time, you are going to, when you're wrong, CoreWeave comes out and says, oh yeah, we're a scam of a company. You have to buy it at that $65 price, which is, again, why I will not do it on SMCI, because CoreWeave, I'm not worried them coming out and saying, we're just a big scam, whatever.
Right.
SMCI, I think the
Yeah,
probability
SMCI,
of that
right.
is way higher. So
Yes.
I'll sit that one out.
That's right.
I do want to go ahead and correct myself here. TAC kind of coming in here saying that it was NVIDIA. I did confirm it there. It is NVIDIA. NVIDIA reported 94.47 increase on ownership of CoreWeave. So it's NVIDIA that's tied, not the Microsoft. So correction there. Hey, we all can be wrong there. What's important is correcting, right? And there you have it there, CoreWeave. And I got you the exact number there of ownership. It's 47 million shares. So it's valued at, what is it? 3.6 billion. So
what percentage of the float is that? 47 million shares.
Let's find out. It represents a change in shares of 94%, but let me see here. I got to go a little bit deeper into the report here. 13F. Just give me a second here.
They have shares. They have about 400 million shares, so a little under 10% of the company. That's a big position.
Yeah, big. It makes a difference, right? So we'll see what happens there and see the reaction tonight. Of course, just catch it on the earnings stream, right? That's where you want to be.
That's right. That's where you want to be. 3:30
Right,
Eastern
so.
Standard Time.
Are you going to be there, Jesse?
I'm going to be there.
Boy,
Yep,
Steve.
I'll be there. Steve will be there. Yep. And I think we are getting Caesar or Alejandra. Let's see. It's Caesar. Myself, Steve, and Caesar will be back for earnings this afternoon. So make sure you guys come back for that. I have been watching Archer Aviation. They just did a pretty cool deal with Boeing the other day, and been holding Archer for a while. So it has a long way to go to get back to my position, but started squeezing just a little bit yesterday, which was kind of nice.
Big short float on that one, or you think? Check. ACHR. See, there's the news right on top there. Where is short interest? Yeah, like 15%. It's not nothing.
Yeah.
2.5, 3 days to cover. That's decent. AVAV tax stock. What's going on with AVAV? It's looking okay. Looking like one of those downtrends. Seeing more and more of these happen in these names that have just gotten like smoked, right? These downtrend line breaks. Same thing with Oracle. ORCL. That one looked really nice trying to get through this when it broke through this one, this downtrend line break. And then now the question is it ever going to get through the main one? This one just got like smoked. The market was not happy with whatever Oracle did. They were the only one to go on leverage in this whole deal, I think, right? So I think the market was saying, we're all right with you guys spending free cash flow on AI stuff. We are not cool with you leveraging that up. That's the kind of stuff that creates problems down the road. I always love Warren Buffett's quote. It's like, if you're smart, you won't need leverage, and if you're dumb, you shouldn't use it anyway. It's like,
right. Exactly.
That's great. I don't know how much I agree with the whole leverage. I use leverage intelligently from time to time, but I do love that as a quote for when companies get a little bit too ahead of their ahead of their skis. ACB moving. Is cannabis? Cannabis has been probably like the most depressing thing to try to trade of like every sector I've tried to trade. Just so many times it looks like it's breaking out of something and then just falls back down.
It's still not
every time.
It's still not, doesn't have the regulation needed, man. And until then, they won't make the move. It's a regulatory thing. It's not necessarily the businesses. It's just a regulatory thing. And until those regulatories get removed and they can actually have access to capital the way that other businesses get access, they can't lift. And the cream of the crop can't even make the move, right? If anything, the cream of the crop needs to stay like without like going into debt, like these companies like Tilray, CGC, and some of the others that have come in before them, right? The reason why Tilray sucks is because of the debt. It's not because of the fact that they can't sell. So you just got to really wait and wait and wait. At one day, they'll change the regulatory outlook. That's the only thing that can happen, right? And what needs to happen is just pure federal legalization. If that happened, then you could see this really take off. But you just be patient. You don't buy it until then, right? Like some people have just been sitting in there, and that's why they're annoyed, because they're just sitting in something, right? Holding the bag. No need to hold the bag.
Holding that bag. I finished the Unknown Market Wizards book, Michael, a couple weeks ago, and it ends with a interview by Jack Schwager's son interviewing Jack, which I thought was kind of cool. It's like how he got into writing the Market Wizards, how he got into trading. Some of Jack's favorite, and I think what he says are like the best quotes that he's been given from various traders over the years. Like his favorite quote is, "Know where you're going to get out before you get in." Just like great quotes there. And
you're out before you're in.
The last interview, although the numbers aren't like super impressive, the last interview I think was by far the most impressive. The guy hasn't had a losing month in 11 years. Like that's just a absolute nut statistic. And it's like, I don't think it gets the credit because it's not, turning 50,000 into 100 million or nothing crazy like that. But that is a near impossible task. I would love to show that to someone who's like an efficient market theorist guy and just say, okay, explain this. If there is no way to trade the markets profitably, if there is no edges out there, how is this guy profitable every single month for 11 years straight? Yeah. Like that's
an amazing stat. Is this part of is this the latest book?
Sorry. Yeah, no, you're the.
I was talking the Unknown
two
Market
different
Wizards
ones.
Before. Yeah.
No, this is the newest one, and I just like because it's funny, the videos I put out, the ones with the crazy headline stats got all the views, but I'm like, this is nuts. This is just insane.
11 years,
and the guy he does like kind of news flow trading. And it was that's just a ridiculous statistic. That is literally printing money.
Yeah.
And he talks about how, he can't do that headline number that everyone else did, because the edges he's exploiting are too small. So he was smart enough to say, I have to limit my account to this certain size. And, he never really talked about what it was, but he's just saying, I can't swing a $10 million account into these small edges because I myself would destroy them. Right. I would move the market too much when I bought, move the market too much when I sell. But 11 years of profit months. It's like 135 winning months in a row. It's like, that's just, so that would include, if it went back from today, right, that includes 2020, right? Wow. What else? 11 years, 2018, 2022. There's a couple bear markets in there too.
Is that 2008 as well? The financial recession?
That'd be.
You said 11 years. Oh, yeah. Okay. You said 11 years.
Just shy of that.
That's funny. That's way further back than 11 years. Yeah.
yeah. We're old.
I guess so.
It's further than you think it is.
Have we gotten all your presentations, Michael, on the Market Wizards? Do you have a new one that maybe we haven't touched?
I think we're a handful behind. I can't remember what the last one we did on stream was. I think we did like
I think it
3
might
or
have
4
been
on
Lance.
stream. Oh yeah,
It
we're.
might have been Lance.
Let me see
I think
if
we
I can
did
dig 'em
only
up.
like. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Might as well try to get to one of those here. You guys are talking about it. I know the chat loves to hear this conversation, so maybe we do that as our education today.
And
you
Crow,
can
yes,
save
I did
my
know
neck.
that. And Crow, I did know that Kevin just interviewed Peter Brandt. Kevin and I were just talking a couple weeks ago, and he did
There you
mention
go.
that. So that's pretty cool that he got to talk to Peter
That guy
Brandt.
is amazing, Peter
Yeah.
Brandt. If you don't know, again, go follow him on Twitter. But this guy has been trading for like 60 years.
And took a hiatus of like 11 years off. He took
Yeah.
a lot of time off too.
And
Walked away.
yeah, he's been. I gotta see if I can find these things. Yeah, he's one of the OGs of like technical trading, like pure old school technicals, like head and shoulders, cup and handles. Like he trades futures, and he trades them just based off of those. And he's been doing it for so long. Just shows that there's a wicked career in doing that if you can do it, right? If you can stick with that. Yeah, just a wicked career of that. Where is my...
Just saw breaking news. U.S. and Iran are close to a peace deal.
Oh yeah,
Close.
first time
We're
I've
close,
heard
guys.
that. I haven't
I've
heard
never
that
heard
before.
this. We're close.
Close to close is what
Close.
my AI was saying yesterday, and I think it's still that close to close. So definitely
I've never
don't
seen anything more wishy-washy than this particular war that we're in.
just
I've never
watch
seen
the
anything else.
price action of oil. That one won't lie to you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh man, if we did we do Russo? Because yeah, if we did Lance, that was number 2, and there's 9.
Well, let's just go. Let's go to Russo because I don't remember Russo. Chat, do you remember
I'll
Russo?
bring this up. Did we do this one? I found them all here, so I have all 9 presentations on the go.
Yeah, man.
Might be a little rusty on them, but yeah,
Willie Hayes, you think you're old at 33? Get out of here.
Yeah,
Give me
get
a
out of
break. 33 old. Come on.
yeah.
Let's
so we
not talk
haven't done-
about that.
So Russo, just to remind people, was the pseudonym.
Feel my knees already saying it.
But the
DraftKings, baby. That's all I got to say, at least. I'll be happy with the DraftKings run. The seasonal trade working out again, guys. DraftKings,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah, I got them all here. Gotta love AI. I was looking for them. And I'm like, I don't know what these are. So I just asked. I'm like, where are all these things that we built? And it goes, oh, here you are. Here they are in order. But yeah, two was Lance, which was a good one. First one was Quagamali, and then this one is Russo, which is the only or the second one to be able to use a pseudonym for the market wizards. Usually it's like, tell us who you are or get out kind of thing. But
Lance
when I tell you,
Bernstein? Is that who that is? When you say
no, no one still knows.
Oh, no one
He's-
knows his last name. Different
Yeah.
Lance. then. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he used Simon Russo as his pseudonym, and
Got it.
when we can do it now, but when we get to the presentation, I think you guys will know why he doesn't want everyone in the world to know who he is. But yeah, so why don't we do it? When you hit the bumper and let's go.
Let's
do it.
rock it.
Yeah, so getting back to the Market Wizard series again, it's of course gonna let the dog out. This is right. He has to go right now. Couldn't go out like 2 seconds ago. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
The
Story of life.
that's live, doing it live, right? But yeah, so this is episode 3. This is chapter 3 Simon Russo, and generally speaking, again, to get into these swagger books, he looks at your IRS statements. He will call your broker, and you have to give your broker permission to be able to like look into your statements. He said for this guy, he actually went and visited the broker. He went and, called the IRS. He's like, this isn't just, oh, I said some cool things on Twitter, therefore I'm awesome. This is like, he's done all of the due diligence because he's kind of putting his name on it. And generally speaking, part of that is that you have to have like a real name. You can't just be some dude on Twitter with a, anime avatar or something. But he let this guy go through because the results are so crazy. So he made $500 million in 5 years. So you can imagine why you wouldn't really want everyone to know. You wouldn't want everyone to know what you're doing when you get to that kind of money. Like that's the people come and kidnap you kind of money. But yeah, so 500 million in 5 years, blew up a handful of times. One of the only people out there to use a pseudonym. I think he was either the series first or second. What was really cool is he was a music student. So many times in this series, you see people who had no finance background, nothing to do with markets, nothing to do with anything out there when it comes to trading or investing or whatever. And they come into this from some complete other side of things and just kill it because they went to kind of push the envelope, come up with their own theories, their own way of trading, and going from there, right? And 5 blowups, right? Another thing that you see a lot, if you're out there and you're new at this and you're struggling, all of these guys who have made tons and tons of money from this seem to have blown up numbers of accounts. I've seen 5, I've seen 20. The benefit is, right, you're blowing up small. And, you go from there. Yeah, Crow's saying, right, Mark Bannervini was a drummer. I've seen a lot of pilots, a lot of musicians, a lot of things like that. Could be a conversation to have later, why those particular crafts seem to translate well. But yeah, not many people saying, oh, I was an MBA in Harvard and then I made a bunch of money trading. Probably because you're inundated in those schools with there is no way to do it. So like a lot of these, he did the low float shorting to start with and then moved on, right? I think we're on episode 3 now. So Quagamali and Lance both did the same thing. They started shorting low float penny stocks. Eventually their account gets too big and or there ends up being too much of a, competition with those guys that they just say, okay, there's only so much I can do with this. And what was interesting, instead of, yelling about manipulated markets or whatever it is, when this particular strategy stopped working for him, he went and he pulled out all of his failed trades. He didn't study his winners. He didn't study the trades that were successful. He pulled out all of his failed trades and said, okay, well, I short these things and they hurt me real bad. So why don't I study what characteristics they had and use those to reverse engineer a long setup? So just taking, a success in the name of failure. So for, study your success, right? So early years, he's shorting small cap penny stocks, learned to long them as well. That edge is huge, but as this account grew, and again, this guy got up to $500 million in his account. We're talking about companies today. What was that? WXM had like 1 million shares in the float. For him to trade that, he would have to buy the entire company. It's just there's no edge in these areas beyond certain points. So when he saw that, he saw slippage getting worse, borrowing costs being ridiculous, all that kind of stuff. He went to small caps. He went to fundamental trading. It's the path that we've seen for the first handful of these as they started out in this area. They end up becoming too large for that area. And then they all transition somewhere else. We saw, some of them will end up doing fundamental trading. Some of them end up doing whatever, but just shows that depending on your goals and the size of your account and things like that, your everything definitely it reverts, right? So again, his drawdown was tuition. He, like with most people, as soon as he got a certain amount of money under his belt, he switched from day trading to swing trading, and then stepping back and doing less trading, because when you have that amount of money, again, things change. You optimize for different things. You don't optimize for absolute returns. You optimize for something like, okay, well, I want risk-adjusted returns, or I want lower drawdowns, or I want something like this. And that's just the main difference with this guy. He's now just this fundamental style trader who's looking at sectors that kind of no one hates anymore. Blew up, like we talked about, 5 accounts, changes behavior each time. A lot of documenting of what happened. We see this in all successful traders. Trading journals. I blew up an account. What happened? What can I not do again? He went through and stayed disciplined. From there, everything kind of started to work from that point. We've seen all of these 3 guys choose a different path when they go from day trading. So Quagamali went from day to swing because his swing trading didn't require screen time all day. That's where he made most of his money. Barnstein, he talked about, I sacrificed my health for wealth, right? He kind of switched back and said, I am not interested in taking this risk anymore. He noticed that it was really detrimental to his health. And then he went from day to kind of fundamental, which is the first one to take a really different approach. But again, this is one of the things we do that's cool at Trade the Pool. If you, if you've got a couple grand account, it's okay to trade, aggressively and crazy style, whatever. As your account grows, those risks become very hard to stomach. And, you can't lose 20% on a short on $1 million account, throw away $200,000 in a single day. So maybe on your big account, you switch to other stuff and you hang out with us where we can kind of limit your risk, right? They all kind of stepped back. They all went from day trading to swing trading. That's an important thing. They started to make more money the less that they trade. We had Tony this morning talk about, he's like, I don't see anything for my system, so I'm going to just take a step back today. More of that kind of stuff, right? You don't have to trade every day. And this is just kind of, the stuff that I learned and what I was taking for myself, right? It's just always optimize for life, because, you can make money over time, but kind of that's all you get. But that was Russo. It was interesting. He didn't put a lot of, actual trades or anything in there like some of the other guys, but it was a really good thing just to show that there's a path for a lot of these guys that comes from, kicked out there, because path there for most of these guys that come from, being really hyper focused, like 60 hours a week trading, and then kind of making some money and realizing, there's more to this. And what's funny is when they go to those longer term time frames, it's not like they made less money. All of them end up making way more.
Super interesting.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, always great to hear those stories, of course, and continue to catch those. We'll be doing more of these, and appreciate you bringing those summaries, Michael. And of course, you guys can read the book itself, right? If you want to kind of get more.
And there's like 6 of them, right? I'm just going over the new one because I've already read all the other ones. I love that there's just so many. You can basically read the story of verified, like hundreds of traders, and see everyone. The cool thing is there's some similarities through all of them, which is essentially, risk management and kind of finding your own way and all that kind of stuff. And then there's just tons and tons of differences from guys who are trading like news flow to, everything. So it goes to show, if anyone says, oh, you have to trade this way, that person is just wrong or trying to sell something. Whereas all of these guys, they all made a ton of money and they all just came from the market in a different way. And the amount of times I heard repeated is, oh, I just had to find the thing that made the most sense to me through the book series. Like every single one of them said it. It's like, oh, I watched this guy trade and I tried to emulate him and that didn't work. And then I tried this and that didn't work. And I tried that and that didn't work. And then eventually they all kind of get to the point where they're like, oh, and then I tried my own thing that made sense to me and I started to make a bunch of money.
All right, guys, I do want to, before we get out of here, we'll start to wrap it up here and talk about some trades. There is one trade that I want to tell you guys that we talked about here that has gone absolutely bananas. That no one's probably talking about is Airbnb. I think Jesse and Michael can definitely be those people that can verify that I've talked about this trade here. Looking to see that Airbnb would make the push, right? It's been an area that hasn't gotten the love since the IPO. But look at the action now. This is starting to really change. I've talked about how they've changed up things at Airbnb, different models now, including even hotels. And that's actually really started to turn things around. Great earnings report, really kicking things off. And now a day two move, really expanding away. And now coming back to these levels, right? Who knows where Airbnb can be next? Right. I know a lot of investors, they got out during this sideways period because it just didn't give them any return. And now if you were patient, are you going to reap that benefit? Right. Well, they're definitely getting a nice little push. We'll see what happens there in leisure overall. You heard it from Airplane Jane in the leisure space with RCL and different names out there continuing to hold. Trades that I got, of course, I got Gilead. I got Gilead on. This is looking really good. We're going to look for this to continue to climb back up there towards the 140s. And then, of course, DraftKings. As DraftKings gets the push, and this was the trade that I gave you guys yesterday, looking for the push. And two-day action as it continues driving up today, now towards the 25.45. Like always, we'll give you guys the trade ideas, and you guys see it like always. I give you guys literally the trade entrance, the opening price, where I'm in, the quantity that I have. Nobody else out there as transparent. Smash that like if you guys enjoy the transparency, enjoy the trade ideas in the morning before the market opens, right? That's what it's all about here, getting these ideas and getting after the market. Michael, any wrap up for you? And then if not, we can head on over to the J&J show coming up.
No, the market hasn't moved. Rocket Lab just ticked positive, so I'm very close. I actually am the bid to cover these puts that I sold last night. I am the entire bid. But yeah, just chill out. Wait until CPI tomorrow. Maybe that gives us a kick in the pants we need. Even angry old Trump tweeting this morning didn't do anything for us. So we're in chill mode. Just don't get it sucks to take a trade and get stopped out. It is way worse for me anyway, mentally, when I was discretionary trading, to see the market doing nothing and have my account like deeply red and just go, man, I was just bored. I was hitting buttons for no reason. If I had just like taken a nap, I would have done better. So just make sure you're not you're not over trading a market that is just inside yesterday's range, stuck inside of a base that we're seeing across the board here. So.
All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Over 3% on DraftKings today and still riding higher on Gilead. That's really the big position. Going to look to see if that can continue to push and keep riding higher with healthcare. Of course, in the XLV, getting a nice little kind of push today and then a pullback sideways. Can this get right back up? IBB holding in, right? That's kind of more along where my trade's in. We'll see if that can continue to lift in healthcare. Like always, you guys can keep up with all the trading action right here because the party don't stop. Guess who's on next? It's the J&J show. Get it started.
See you, boy. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good to see you. And I want to give a real quick shout out. G. Thomas, PLTR was going up. Thanks for that shout out. I went over, I traded, I went long. Cool that you commented that. We love the comments. And yeah, I capitalized on that. And Willie Hayes, 33 years of trading. You're not 33 years old, you're 52. So, okay. All right, I got that now. Very good. Good morning, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, we talked about this last week. PLTR was one on my watch list to do a Microsoft type of move. So last week, if y'all do remember, this came out with earnings and has been a barn burner since. So let's go back to the auto here. We can see came out with earnings here, and this is going to be very similar to what Microsoft did on its earnings. We'll have to go back a little bit further on Microsoft, but you can see pretty much same similar effect. And I said that PLTR is going to probably be on that same trajectory, and so far I'm right. So we are Microsoft, we'll call it, what, about 2 weeks removed, 10 days of trading removed, and we've continued to climb and hit new highs up until yesterday. So in my opinion, PLTR could see that same sort of 10-day continuation, where right now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, only halfway through this. So watch
Nice
for maybe
moves
another,
up.
yeah,
Nice moves up.
yeah, and I don't know if she's listening, but oi, 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 Aussie chick, she has this still long-term on her portfolio, and I told her to keep this because this will eventually come back on up and test those highs. I think we my point being, with this 10-day move, I think we get all the way back up to the 190s. We may get a touch of the 200 handle, like Microsoft got the 500 touch. I thought she was going to be done. No, Microsoft then pushes through. Of course, I haven't even looked at charts over I haven't looked at charts since last Thursday, which wasn't like that, whatever, that was midway through Thursday. So I haven't really even looked at charts in, what's that, 2.5 full days of trading. But it was nice to see Microsoft, going back to that, essentially, is my point, and the continuation that Microsoft has made on the way up here was nice, and the continuation day-wise was overall nice. I thought it hit 500, which it didn't, come back on down. Nope. Not so fast, my friend. And you had to see that move yesterday. Again, like I said, I haven't been around since Thursday, but good moves on some of these plays. NVDA was another one actually here too as well that made that move and kind of did that thing since I've been away over the last few days. But a little stalemate for the day, but I do think NVDA finds its way back up to new all-time highs coming up soon. I think a lot of us felt that way about NVDA. This old resistance here became great support in the 190 mark, and now here we go, making our way back on up. So those are 3 of my bully plays for the rest of the week, possibly through even August, potentially seeing new all-time highs from some of these tickers. And again, for long-term investors, I know NVDA, really more of the slow and steady one, but Microsoft's of the world. I know, just for you, Jesse, don't worry and fret about your DRAM, because I've got a lot of Microsoft investors that once saw 550 when they were coming back down and seeing 360 just about a month. They were probably going, boy, this is not good. We may go, yeah, right. And now here we are, just like that, with a snap of a fingers. About a month and a half later, we're up 150 points. So same thing for PLTR. So just hold on with your semiconductor play. This was so ugly for a while too. I thought we were making that break here for PLTR. No, not to snap and come right back on down, hitting that $100 area, and now of course off that earnings. So that's just the one thing I think is going to help out earnings, getting through your pullback here. Your DRAM, your Soxels, your whatevers of the world, MUs, I think, and we're getting tight too. Just what I was seeing in the semis is what I'm talking about. Look how tight. That chart
So tight.
It's so tight. SanDisk, right? Same sort of look we're seeing here. So moves coming. Just letting you know, Jesse, there's going to be a move. Could be by week's end. It's coming soon. We're going to either get that squeeze and it's moving back on up, and we're going to get a nice, good, supernova-ish, a big move again. Yeah. Or something, of course, you don't want to see, and it's going to snap back again for some more. But this move is coming soon. I promise you, by week's end, if not by early next week, you're going to see a 200, 300-point move from SanDisk in about a day or two worth of period. By the way, real quickly, in the last stock I have to go over for the day, at least for small caps, because small caps have been slower today. They've got the plague, not the plague, but the plague. It's plague up today, a little slower and stalemate to start the morning, as you can tell. Not a lot going on there, Jesse. But we finally U-shaped cup and handle, which I was trying to get this in before the guys got off. I didn't know if they're going to toss it to me, but then I didn't realize that Michael Nossel was going to be in a education segment. I was like, I was trying to, and I should have just at least alerted in chat. Cup and handle. We were cup and handling here. New high of day, double halt up for some more here. So this is your play of the day for at least small caps. Right now we are up 255% on the day. And this does have some news on it. News is not that is pretty weak. Planet Green enters the fast-growing global lactoferrin market, adding chief scientists to drive innovation-based product portfolio growth. All that to say, hey, we're a Chinese pump and dump.
Right? All that to say, this is actually just a pump and dump.
Yes, Bonetta, Willie, how we doing? Shaw, Nigel, Tack, Crow, Mike, how we doing? All the usual suspects, Jackie and Chad, how are we doing? Smack that like button, Bob. Everyone that has not, you better.
We're so close. We're just a few likes away to give away a new eval. Like 7 likes.
Love it. So how's your trading been? I haven't, and even me, just this week, I probably won't trade. Luckily, I just because I don't want to. I'm just not in the mindset to. I really don't really want to trade, but just getting back into it, sitting in the swing of things. just getting my mind looking at charts and stuff like that. Just not really though, and that intrigued to trade. I don't have, like I was saying on my live stream, and I think most know that, but I don't have that. I've got to trade every day. Trading is not. I mean, it's a passion, but now it's like a sub passion. It's like it's got the back seat to a lot of other things. There are a lot of things that this takes the back seat to. I'm not it's Friday, we're off, I want to trade. No, we're Friday, we're off. I'm gonna enjoy the day off. I won't think about stocks till I have to.
Yeah.
I'm just that kind of mind. I don't really care about it like I used to. So I don't have to trade every day. I can just take those days off and relax, and it helps me out to not have to. I feel like I'm missing something. So yeah, just that's the mindset for me probably for the rest of the week. What have you traded? I'm gonna guess you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess you either traded. You've moved away from Marvell, and it seems like you're really sticking with some Micron or some PLTR.
No, well, you can see my screen. I did trade some PLTR.
Oh, wasn't looking at it
a little while ago. Oh, you're good then. You're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
Wasn't looking at it. No, I was looking at I always have it on. Because when I leave it on EV Mux, my computer does weird stuff, so I never leave it on EV Mux. And so I'm looking at chat.
That's smart. That's smart, Josh. I'll have to probably try that because sometimes, EV Mux will slow things down. But as you said, yes, just a little while ago, we were hitting new high a day for PLTR, 177.92. So it started dropping, and I was like, all right, it's dropping, but I don't think it's done. I got in at 177.48. I averaged in again at 177.28, and then we ripped a little bit above to hit a new high a day, and I saw some wiki action going on up here, so I just kind of pulled myself out of the position, got a little bit of profit, and I was done with that. The other trade I did was a little while ago. I did some SpaceX, and let me find SpaceX here. I was in this. This is probably an hour and a half ago now, and I took a short. I just want to show everyone, for those that were watching SpaceX at the open, we dumped. SpaceX has been ironically looking pretty good lately. We finally hit over that IPO price at 135s, and to start the day, we touched a high of 139.98. We did not want to go to 140, and since then we started to drop, and we dropped pretty hard and heavy, and I caught the move a little too late, honestly. When I got in, we had already hit low of day of 133.26. I'll zoom in here a little bit, and so I went short here, and then I just did some averaging in. My first position was at 134.54, and it was still showing signs of weakness, so I averaged down some more shares at 135.03 and 135.16. So I'm in, I've averaged in 3 times here. And there's just a lot of just consolidation, really. This really wasn't that great of a trade at all. I really did miss this opening move. But I did manage to make a green trade out of this and got out of the position 1, 2, finally 3 times. And good thing I did, because when I did, we just started making a move kind of on up. We broke VWAP. This would have turned into a losing trade. But I got a baby winner out of it, so I'll take it. Would have loved to have made more with some of this bigger move coming down. What's that?
You are a baby winner, by the way.
This is a baby winner, man. Baby.
You have gotten babies on babies on babies. You have won the baby certificate. Yes, that's right. That's right. Jesse, you have won the prize of having lots of kids in your life.
Yes.
Number 7 on the way.
Number 7 is on the way, dude. February 7 in 2027.
Because I'm so good too with the memory of like names and months. So
what
are at least the months? What do you have? What are the months of all the birthdays? So let's go through like your wife and your birthday. Yours October. Your wife, what birthday month she have?
She's March.
All right, so we got March and October covered. All right, what are the kids?
I'll just tell you. So we got January covered.
All right.
We will have February covered if this baby comes in February. So we got March. We don't have any April. We don't have any May. We've got 1 in June, 2 in July, no one in August, no one in September, and then October we have 3, and nothing in November. So
or December?
And yes, that's correct. No December as well. So there are some months that are not birthday months.
Spread it out there pretty evenly. I like it. There we go.
Yeah.
I was wondering. It'd be funny if it was like all in February. We got 5 birthdays in February. That would just be like a headache.
Well, the beginning of October, it's like I got a daughter, I got my oldest son, and myself all within the first 5 days. So there's like, boom, birthdays, galore right there.
Celebrate that together?
Oh no,
Or
I mean,
you-
no, not really. I mean, there's such an age disparity.
Okay,
You know, a
okay,
40-year-old isn't going to celebrate with the 3-year-old and be like, "All right, woohoo! I get like 40 candles on my cake, and this is going to be
Yeah.
great." You know, we'll give her 3 candles or 4 candles this year, actually. So,
Yeah, right.
you
I
know.
love it. I love
Yes,
it.
sir.
Good stuff. Yeah, Willie. Yes, yeah, that's 6
Hey,
already.
we just hit 50 likes.
There we go.
Producer
Boom.
tells me.
Oh, love it. No.
Congrats to us. Congrats to you guys. Congrats to the fact that we're going to give out another 25K eval because you guys hit the like button now 52 times. So thank you very much. Thank you guys.
5-0. 5-0. Love it.
There you go.
Love it. Yeah, Willie. I've got all the dogs. He's got all the kids. That's why they call it the J&J show. Boy,
The
if we
J
ever
and J
got
show,
all
man.
of
We're
us-
full house. If we united the clans together, we would have a true army. We'd have all
It
the
would be
kids
like-
and all the pets. It'd be, you know.
It'd be a good Disney, kind of whatever, movie. Even like what adults would love it, but it'd be one of those movies where the kid, like, all right, all our dogs would entertain all your kids, and then we would,
Oh,
all
yeah.
right, go, and then it would just be us. It'd be like funny because we're having like an adult conversation, like talking like adult stuff, but then behind us, it's like the Great Dane's dragging one of your daughters by, and she's just like, or whatever.
My daughters could ride on the Great Danes like they're horses, I'm sure.
Yeah,
You know,
right,
they're that
exactly.
small compared to, I'm sure.
Yeah,
your dog.
and then the other one's talking shit to your other daughter. Like, I told you this is so easy. And she's just riding riding one of them, and the other one's just taking the other one for a ride, and they're just when we're done, we're completely, and we're just like we're ignoring every little thing. We're like, hey, y'all doing good? Yeah, sounds good. All right, and they're like, no, Dad. I'm like, all right, sounds good. Oh,
that's
man.
great.
Love it.
We
love it.
do have the giveaway. I will pull that up here. We're going to do, the message is we're going to do 2 now and
All right.
push for 100 likes for another one at earnings stream.
Boom.
So I think we're going to do 2 giveaways here. Is that right, Ayush? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that as a yes.
Adult conversation. Well, adult for us, exactly. Well, I mean, like adult, as in kids wouldn't be talking about the things that we're talking about, You knew what I'm saying. Like, well, whatever. Like, that's what I meant.
There you
Maybe not on a high IQ level, but on a level that 40-year-olds would talk versus a 10-year-old. Yeah, whenever you get that pulled up, ready to rock and roll, my man.
Yep, we're ready to rock. Here we go. We're going to do it. We're going to start the drawing now. Here it comes. I hit starting. It's just not shaking. Come on and shake.
Shake, rattle, and roll.
Shake. Waiting for the draw to begin. Come on.
Maybe they're waiting for AK. They're like, we need Josh to give something away. We've been missing his giveaway skills.
Maybe so. It says starting. I did put the password in. It should be drawing.
How about my side?
Oh yeah, you can try it.
No, it's not doing it. All right, we're frozen, Ayush. We got to work on it. We're both frozen.
Yep, we're frozen.
But to be frozen with it, freeze, Jesse.
Let it go. Let it go. Okay, so Ayush is on it. So we will come back to the drawing, guys. We will come back to it.
Frozen. All right, we'll come back to speaking of frozen, PLAG waiting on this play. It is still halted right now on the way up today. Beautiful, good spike on PLAG. 225K evals coming up. 17 after in 4 seconds. Wow, this thing's moving into a 15-minute halt. No resumption, gap up, I should say. Resuming at the same price. I would imagine next level up here is probably going to be right around the 220-ish area on PLAG. Literally right at 220. 220-ish area, 225 area next resistance, then should be right around 240. Again, you're seeing PLAG. They're not letting it run a lot. Market makers, we were talking about this on my live stream earlier. Boy, they're just not letting these plays run before they're letting them halt. Really ugly charts really setting up over the last few weeks here in the small cap sector. Unfortunately, we're seeing some good halting plays, and if you can take advantage of it, but you got to know how to trade these. They're not the run of the mill. Hey, it's got news. It's got this nice technical sound set up to it. Not good. Tack wants to know how. Maybe you just want me to reiterate Tack. Okay, so I got into trading. Good story. Which is funny. Lo and behold, we were watching Below Deck yesterday. Actually, when we got up, there was really nothing on. So we threw some Below Deck. I did watch the new Mario Galaxy movie. Pretty good. Not as good as the first one, but that was pretty good. I can't remember whatever else we watched this weekend. We watched something else that was pretty good. But anywho, back to how I got into trading. Well, I was watching Below Deck. Worked overnights this is when I got done with broadcast journalism, right? I Dean's List. My dad was a morning show host on radio. Where do you think I get these platinum albums from? No, I'm not a DJ. My dad was a disc jockey. He was a DJ, getting these, being a morning show host. He has all these albums because, of course, he'd interview these guys. They would come up and say, hey, man, thanks for playing our record. So, yeah, he's the Journeys and the Duran Durans and the Bryan Adams and the ZZ Tops. It doesn't matter. You name it. Dad talked to him, interviewed him, has records by them or from them if they brought him up to the station. Anyway, so I'm going to get into radio or TV. I want to talk sports. There's no way with the people I know and my background, there's no way I won't get hired. Well, I'm getting hired, but I'm working bottom of totem pole jobs. And so I'm working overnight shifts to fill in extra hours. And before I go in one night, my wife's watching Below Deck, which, again, Caesar. He's on our live streams over on the Fivers or here on Trade the Pool. He joins us here on the earning streams as well. He was actually on the first episode of Below Deck that that was the one I was rewatching. It was on a rerun because, like, Avery, she'll just throw it on Below Deck. And it's Sunday. So there's no new episode Sunday at noon or 1 or whatever. And I'm dead tired. My brain don't care what you throw on. Sure, Avery, whatever. I'm just going to sit here on the couch and do nothing. So I'm watching it. But anyway, same thing that night. Before I go in, she's just watching a rerun. It was one with Tim Sykes on it. I was like, okay. And that, of course, we all know him if you don't. Well, he's a penny stock trader and a real big promoter over it. And he was like he is. He's kind of arrogant and was saying, oh, well, get into penny stocks. He tips them. You tip them at the end of the show. And they'd get tipped $15,000, $20,000, right? It's about $1,500 on average per person. Sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. We're talking for 2-3 days worth of work. It's pretty good money. It's hard work or hardish. And you got to be, on your feet at all times and really, tending to these people that are renting the boat out or the yacht out. Anywho, he was the one on there, and he was at the end saying, if you want to make real good money, get into pennies. So I go on that night. I'm like, okay, Mr. Big Shot, I'll look up. And so next thing you know, he does have me hooked. And I start to realize here in this small cap, mini cap sector, which Nas was just talking about earlier, where a lot of people start because your account isn't that big. Wow, you can realize that you can make $300 or $400, $500, $200, or even $100, which, again, I didn't wake up with $100. And me to go work jobs, especially, say, even nowadays, imagine $100 hardly goes anywhere. Imagine even 10, 15 years ago, right? Same kind of thing for my brain. Well, now it goes a far less, but back then $100 was, whoa, $100. That's something. I have to work how many hours to make $100, and all I'm doing is sitting back and waiting for a setup and clicking some buttons. So I started to learn how to chart and trade, and just watching videos. Well, I thought I'd open up account, 5 months later. Whoa, gap up immediately.
Whoa.
Another halt up here, going into another huge gap up here. I'm just going to go long. There's no way this doesn't have another huge gap up. I'm just going to jump in longer there's no way that this doesn't have another massive gap up right here. It is halted up right now. Anyway, so I am jumping in long just to see if this play doesn't have yet another massive gap up right here. PLAG. So anyway, long story short, I got into it with account. I'm, trying to trade my own money, which you shouldn't do at first, especially now that we have prop firms like we do here at Trade the Pool. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't really trade that much because I'm too scared, run-of-the-mill trader. It's either you overtrade it first, I saw earlier, and now they're back to, whoever said they traded like 50 times a day, or they don't trade at all. It's one of the two. And I didn't know what I was doing. That's why I was really scared to trade. Well, long story short, I had to get multiple jobs. Now I'm working FOGO, working being a waiter. I'm working Rent-A-Center as a delivery driver on a Wyver, signed up for that job. Uber Lyft, when that first came out, doing an Uber Lyft. So doing run-of-the-mill crazy jobs I had 4 jobs at once. Finally, Avery got working her way at being a badass that she was, now a regional manager for a company, says, quit. So I quit Rent-A-Center first and I quit FOGO eventually down the line, and kind of was just working at home, doing some small run-of-the-mill editing stuff what I could do from home. But got to finally trade. 2017, traded, did the usual, went in really big, lost a third of my, never blew an account. I still am not to this day blown an account. But I lost a third of it on a couple different trades. And finally, after that August 2017 one, I was yelling and crying and at the same time, dogs are running out. Avery's running in. Next thing you know, and she still remembers this today. Because literally about a month, that was probably 2 or 3 months ago now. Because I bring this up all the time. I remember this so vividly. And she brought that up. She's like, do you remember that one day? It's like, what? You're really bringing this up? I'm like, it's so crazy. I bring this up all the time to traders on my live stream. About this day, so on and so forth. And sure enough, she remembers it too. I was like, I got to start journaling and tracking. I got to start, figuring this out. And so I went straight to paper trading and journal, track. Did that as much as I could. Like, hey, that's what everyone's telling me to do. Figure out who you are as a trader. And finally, I started doing that. Within about literally 2 months, I figured out I was a bounce trader, and that's what I was best at. And so all I did was traded bounce plays. Started the next year, which again, this is August 2017. So August 2015 is when I found the Tim Sykes. Then, okay, I'll go try to figure this out and watch videos. Now we're into August 2017. I take that huge loss, and I'm going, what am I doing? By late September, early October, I've got bounce plays down to what I know what I need to do. Now I get better and better at those. I was like, okay, well, the start of this year, or the start of next year, 2018, just like you said, start of 2016, you're going to go live again, and you're going to trade, and you're going to be your own trader and trade bounce plays at your own discrepancy about what you like. And I became the bounce trader. That's all I did up until 2020. Now I have these different strategies, but it was Tim Sykes found out what penny stocks were. I have all these different jobs just trying to make ends meet. And then like any trader does, you kind of go through the windmill of you're trading, you're not trading, you got different jobs, you can't figure it out. You finally put time aside and get back to it after having jobs and other things going on in life to really get into be a full-time trader. You suck so bad, you don't know what you're doing. You go through the whole entire thing, the gambit of it all, right? Too scared. There's no confidence. Oh, it should have went long. Now I went long, and now it's going. I stopped myself out. Now blah 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 blah. Oh, I did everything that you guys went through. I went through it. Everyone goes through that. And it wasn't until I started paper trading and I really went back to that and actually journaling and tracking. And I got that out of my system. I was too scared to trade, so I over traded at first. And I'd come back first 2-3 weeks, maybe at least almost a month's worth of. Well, here I go again. 40 trades. I'm, Jesse, 30 trades in. It's 2 hours after the bell, and I attack this one play 40. Who knows? And I'm down 3K. Paper trade. I'm down. Who knows how much? And I'm like, what are you doing? You're not going to want to go back and journal this at the end of the day. Like, what are we doing, Josh? Like, yeah, this is stupid. Why you are over trading? You can't figure it out doing it this way. And I finally realized somewhere within that next month, which was at the end of August, now we're into September, and through September to early October, I just learned to sit back and wait for bounce plays and realize after I did my journaling system, after I had my whole journaling system down and had it tested over and over and over, that I sucked at everything but just trading bounce plays and then pushing through to where I traded all these different setups years down the line. But it was I would say I gave it 5 months of watching videos from August to December, tried to trade from January to March, did hardly any real work besides just showing up and thinking I could just trade or really taking other people's trades. Then March, April, I had to get more jobs. So I'm now never looking at charts until literally February of 2017. February of 2017, I started to get back to almost daily, but then I'm doing what I was before. I'd be on my phone, watching some stream, taking there, never really trying to become me as a trader until August of 2017. I go, you got to figure this out. You have literally in the last 2 years, you've tried about 5 months of videos, 3 months of trying to trade live. This year it's been about 5 months of trying, and you've let's say a year's worth of trying, and you've literally got about a month and a half to 2 months worth of work to show for, and you've been trying for a year. I know on and off, Josh, but a year. And then I made sure from August 2017 into January 2018, that next almost into 5 months it was, that I would show for more than that whole year I could have, right? And that was what really stepped me up to where in 2018 I was a bounce trader and became my own trader. But if I really would put all that time into just really hammered it in, and like the old Josh could have told what I had that brain that I have now, it would have taken me 8 months, 6 to 8 months at that, probably even less, and I'd be a successful bounce trader if I knew and did and told the stuff that I know now, right? I said, just do this every day. The stuff that I teach my traders that I do the one-on-ones with.
Josh, was your I'm personally curious, was your journaling, did it more consist of just looking back at your trades, seeing when you got out, when you got in, or were you physically writing out the trades? Did you log the trades in something like either an Excel sheet or a different some type of what do they call it? Where like a TradeZilla or whatever kind of thing,
Right.
where you're updating your trades. What did journaling look like for you? It seems to kind of differ among different people.
Yeah, and to me, it was just I was just old school, simple stuff. I guess because I wasn't now thinking about it, I wasn't too far removed from college still and graduating. And what I always did in school was I wrote down notes. I even in 2010, 11, 12, when I went back and I was graduating, laptops are a lot more people are using something else to write down notes from their teachers in college. They weren't handwriting everything, and I still was. I handwrote everything,
Yeah.
and so
Me too.
I just had that, and from college I had had a lot of legal pads still, and stuff to note take on. And so what I did was essentially continue to do that in trading. And then, okay, I know at first I got to have my entry time, well, how many shares, what I traded, same thing for the exit, share size, what time did I exit. So I at least knew I wanted to write this down so I could at least go back, and I knew immediately. I didn't have to go to some log and find it. It was written right here, and I had it right here at the end of the day. My trading journal was right here, and I could go back through and, okay, cool, I traded, PLAG, I got in at this time, this many shares, and I got out this time in this many shares, essentially, right? So you know how big you're trading, you know what time you're getting in. And to me, that was huge at first. So I knew what share size I was comfortable with and how long I was holding those plays as far as entries and exits. And then after that, I really started to add in reason. So, saw or setup really became just the simple word, setup, bounce play, breakout, short with Momo, long with Momo, like right here. I started writing those, like what was the setup. And then after that, saw the break of whatever, Matt, like right now, say, saw a gap up from 2 to 240, immediately raced into a halt up at 257 after a elongated halt, going for a long momentum, the second halt up continuation play, essentially. Or saw a bounce play at 140. This would be more back in the day, because I'd want the stop loss and target to be in there. So let's just go back early and saw support at 1, went in with stop loss of 90 cents. Target was, say, 145 and 165. So I knew if I went back later in the day, I knew what time I got in. I knew why I got in. I knew what my stop loss was and what my targets were. And then, of course, by the time I was out of the trade, then I would log that as well and say, okay, well, why didn't I hold for longer? Like,
Sure.
right, like plays like this would happen, and I would have taken all my profit at 165. And most times, and still to this day, I'd be, okay, cool. Failed there a little bit. I see, blah, 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 blah. But that's why now what? I'm holding more shares. I'm holding the shares for more. Why? Because I'd see this so often. And so the more you journal and you track, then so that's just journal number 1. Then I had journal number 2. It was float size, 0 to 5 mil, 5 to 20 mil, 20 to 50 mil, 50 mil plus. Time of day. I didn't trade pre-market, so I didn't have to worry about that. It'd be first 30 minutes to an hour after, an hour plus after. Setup, bounce plays, downtrend break, breakout, high of day Momo break, low of whatever it might be, right? So I had that secondary journaling system. So I had the first one, just going back, and what I did with those, I just wanted to go back and break down my trades. Like we're live here. Oh, we're live. All right, so it's actually gapping down here. So we're gapping down here a little bit. So see if this moves into a new halt up. Oh, we're going for another halt up here, but it's probably going to continue to do this here. So we're probably going to continue to do this. I'm going to stay in this trade, though. I'm going to continue to stay in this trade because we could get continuation here on PLAG. And if not, then I'll take this to the short side in the first halt down. So I'm going to see if this goes into the halt down here. We may not. And we are. Oh, no, we're going back to the top side here. Going back to the top side. All right.
There it goes. Finding some resistance up there, though.
Yes. I'm probably just going to leave this play. Yeah, I'm probably just going to leave this play alone now. Just because it didn't have the big gap up that I was hoping it would.
Yeah. Oh. It's getting back in there.
Anywho, so that was huge for me, Jesse. So the first journaling system was essentially I was wanting to go back over my trades. So I knew what I was trading, why I was trading, right? You have to go back over those every single day. Back test. You're back testing, right? And then the secondary journaling system for me was so I knew what I was good at. You know what I'm saying? So was I good at bounce plays? Was I good at downtrend breaks? What time of the day was I good? What size float was I good? All that was super key and important for me, essentially.
Yeah.
So the first journaling system that I'd really just started overall was, okay, Josh, you got to start journaling this stuff. Like, where are you getting in? Why are you getting out? Why, like what time of the day you trading? Okay, like you're just journaling it, just to journal it, right? And then there was like, okay, I need to start putting in my stop loss. I need to start putting in my target. That kind of stuff became very key to me. And then I started realizing, well, I need to start realizing what time. So that's when the secondary journal. So the first one I did every day. I went over, I put my trades in, went over at the end of the day. And then what I would do at the end of the week, whether it was Friday or Sunday, I would go back over that secondary journaling system. That was already logged. It was already logged, right? I did it that day of, but I just go back through it. It's like on a Sunday and go, okay, what was my win-loss overall, record? So I'd keep up with that. And so I'd have my overall win-loss record for not only the overall, but then for each week and to see if I was getting better or not. And then just overall kept up with it. So like, again, a month down the line, I realized zero opening bell to first 30 minutes had a lot more losses than wins. Same thing for all the other setups. Essentially what I saw was 30 minutes to an hour after the bell, float was 20 mil plus, bounce plays all had a lot of check marks or a lot of wins. That's where I was good at was floats over 20 mil. Floats over 20 mil, bounce plays, and after 30 minutes.
Mm. Yeah. It's funny. I was physically writing a journal for a while, and then one of the reasons I started a YouTube channel specifically was just to review my trades online, basically pull up all my trades on the screen, and basically as I'm showing people, whoever's watching, here's what I did. I got in here. Oh, I could have stayed around longer. Oh, I should have actually done this. I should have done that. So it's kind of it's kind of multi reasonable reasons to even have to show on the screen to other people. Oh, here's what I did right. Oh, here's what I did wrong. It's kind of a nice online journal that I can even go back to and say, oh yeah, what did I do again? I can just rewatch my own video and see that as well. But I do, like you, we're about the same age. I did, especially in college, use a lot of notepads, and so yeah, I think writing things down physically, that physical notation is very helpful. Willie Hayes, he says he still uses a notebook and chat. Yeah, exactly. I do find writing things down to be helpful as well.
Yep. Yeah, just one of those things over time. I mean, and what helped me too was that was the first that, and of course it got more in depth. But just the generality of just to keep it simple, that's what it was for me. That had system, journal 1, journal 2, and generally, once I got to about 2 or 3 years in, it was me doing it every single day. My brain started and that's where it's all at now. Everything can just be done immediately on what I'm doing, what I'm seeing, what's working, what's not working. Yeah, I'd say a little bit of that tack. I mean, of course, realized became a risk reward trader without knowing it. Yeah, I mean. It's one of those things I came up with my own stop loss where my targets are at, because I can tell you, generally like just this one, if I want to go for a bounce play at 1, if I have a stop loss at 90 cents, but my target is at say 145, I'm looking to make 45 cents for a risk of 10 cents. Okay, or even let's come down here and say I want to risk down to 78, this little node here at 80 cents, whatever. So I'm going to risk 25 cents to make minimum 45 cents. So there's 2 to 1, right? So it just, every time I look at a trade in my setup and what I'm looking to take overall, generally it would work out perfectly. I'm like, well, everything I'm finding is a perfect 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 ratio. And that's why I just continue to trade what I was trading essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, I was seeing do we have the giveaway ready to rock and roll?
Oh, that's a good question. I think we're going to try to give away 2. Yep, so we can do it now, Ayush says. We can do it now. Let's take a look. Let's see if it is working again. Pulling that up. And all right. Here we go. Let's start the drawing. Here we go. It's shaking. It's moving. It's going. It's flying. Congratulations, Brian G. Super exciting. 25K eval coming to you. Give us 2 to 3 business days. That's usually when you will find an email from us. And congratulations. 25K to Brian G.
B. Ryan. He's the G. He's a G because he's B. Ryan. I think I've almost like we've given him one, man. If he's won multiple, he's killing it.
Man, he is killing it. Let's do another. It's shaking. It's Suri Y. All right. Congratulations, Suri Y. Perfect. So that's 2 25K evals. Again, this comes from you guys liking the stream. Thank you very much. This helps us grow. It helps you know you like our material, and it helps us get the word out there that Trade the Pool is the best prop firm in the world. So thank you guys very much, and we'd love to give away things. Hopefully, we'll have an opportunity to give away another one during earnings stream with Steve and I later on at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Steve the Achieve, baby.
Steve.
Caesar should be joining you guys too today as
well. That's right. Yes, absolutely. So congratulations.
Do you have the book of the, about to say, do you have your book of the week?
I do.
Who we have today? We have Luminum today. We've got some good ones today. Yeah, we do.
We got CoreWeave and SMCI. There's going to be a good earnings stream.
Yes, sir. I much look forward to it as well.
Absolutely. Well, if we want to just get into book of the week, we can. If you want to do the cool thing on the screen, Ayush, we can start that up. I want more music. I want more. All right, cool. So yeah, here we go. We got Jason Shapiro. He's known as the contrarian trader from Jack Schwager's book. What else, right? I mean, this is, I think, the fourth or fifth week now where I've been highlighting some of these market wizards. And like I've mentioned, what's cool about them is they're all unique. I know Michael, he just had a presentation on another market wizard from Jack's latest book. This book is not the latest book. It's the book that came out, I believe it was 2021. And this chapter, super interesting. This guy's got a pretty big following on YouTube and has done several interviews. Some of his interviews are really worth checking out. He's a futures trader with over 30 years of experience. He has outstanding risk-adjusted returns. He's got a unique approach, and we'll get into that here. He's managed assets from a few million to 600 million, and he's a one-man band. He's got a one-man CTA. He's focused on disciplined, independent trading, and his core identity, he's a natural contrarian who profits by going against crowded market sentiment. His background, he's got those 30 years. He started in Hong Kong while he was working at HSBC. And he progressed from personal accounts through various firms, managing up to that $600 million. He's got a strong performance, adjusted to 20% target volatility, 34% average annual compounded return. His max drawdown is 16.1%. The returns are often negatively correlated to stocks, hedge funds, and CTAs. And he's got a long stretch of consistency after refining his process. But early on in his career, he had a lot of boom and bust cycles like most traders do. He had a lot of account blowups. His key insight, of course, as Josh was mentioning earlier, perfect segue into what Josh was saying, journaling. He started to journal after blowing up several accounts, and he started to notice his high reward to risk setups that mattered the most. He spent some time in a Burmese monastery where he was taught simplicity, humility, and emotional control. So I'm sure those things really have helped him as a trader. And he was shifted from this sort of opinion-driven trading to a more strict rules-based process. So his core trading strategy is this contrarian edge, where he instinctively goes against prevailing market sentiment and extreme positioning. One of the funny anecdotes that he does is if he goes to a party or hangs out with friends or whatever, if they're a conservative or if they're liberal, he'll just naturally take this opposite side. So he does this like with everything in his life. He likes it, which is why he's known as the contrarian. Somebody will say something and they'll say up and he'll say down. And he'll just want to almost argue. So he's an interesting individual. He exploits crowded trades created by human emotion. If he doesn't fight the tape, he waits for market confirmation of a turn. So it's not just, it's going up, so it must come down. He's got a lot of interesting dynamics, interesting ways of trying to figure out when the market is going to take a turn while everybody's going one way. He focuses on strongly asymmetric reward to risk. He can be right only 30% of the time, only 30%, and he can still be in profit. He's process-driven, so he positions his size, his stops, and his thesis is all defined before he enters into a trade. And one of the things that he uses for his tools is this weekly commitment of traders, this COT report. I know Michael Noss, our Michael Noss has talked about this before on stream, but he uses this to spot extreme positioning by large speculators. And his confirmation signal is news failure events. His entry is only after extreme positioning plus the price and the news confirmation. And he only exits when the original thesis that he had is invalidated, and he uses very tight stops. Applied across liquid futures markets with disciplined low-frequency trading. And as far as risk management and his performance philosophy, he's got this strict position sizing. It's based on volatility targets and this, as we mentioned, predefined risk per trade. He emphasizes survival because, being in the markets is about survival and consistency over massive home run predictions. High reward to risk focus allows profitability even with modest win rates, and he avoids over leveraging and ego-driven trades, which I think comes with time, honestly. I think that comes with experience in the markets where you have to, as we've talked before about trading in the zone. It's an excellent book. It really is dissolving your ego and letting the markets tell you what the markets are going to do. I have found that to be very helpful in not just saying I must be right or this trade must go my way or this is going to happen. It's letting all of that go and letting sort of the markets itself speak to you, as weird as that sounds. Attractive return risk profile with low correlation to traditional strategies. And some takeaways from Shapiro is, develop a process that fits your personality. As I mentioned earlier, he's known as the contrarian, so he literally is like this in his own life. And he has figured out a way to develop as a trader utilizing his own personality, his natural contrarianism. That became his edge. So study your losses rigorously, keep a detailed journal, prioritize asymmetric risk reward and strict risk control over being right. That necessary desire that we as humans have. We must be right. Well, sometimes we're wrong, right? The question is, can we keep our wrongs at a minimum? Can we keep that into a very small amount? So wait patiently for extreme positioning. You can use the COT or something similar, plus market confirmation, and respect the tape and human emotion. Stay humble, treat trading as continuous improvement. And I thought this graphic was also very helpful when it comes to a good trading mindset, which is emotional trading. So don't let your emotions get out of control, right? Don't do emotional trading. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a really bad place. I know I have. Over trading, trade less. Trade less frequently based on your plan that you create for yourself. Don't have unrealistic goals. You need to set achievable goals to stay motivated. And poor risk management, use stop losses or just manage the risk effectively. And you need to have a defined entry and exit. Know when to enter and exit these trades. So that's Jason Shapiro. Again, that's from the book Unknown Market Wizards. I found his chapter, like most of these chapters, insightful, very helpful. You can pick up the book on Amazon, Thrift Books. If you don't have it, you can listen to it on audio. I really recommend the Market Wizards books. There's just so much insight with every various trader that Jack specifically interviews, and I've gotten a lot out of. So there you go, Jason Shapiro.
Mr. Shapiro. All right, Shapiro. I like it. Sounds good. That guy right there, a lot of the stuff you were saying there toward the end, it sounded a lot of stuff that I teach and preach and, of course, do.
I was going to say, some of the stuff you were just highlighting, Josh, right? Journaling and risk management and
not having to trade a lot. Just wait for trades to come to you. I mean, some days you'll have a lot of trades. Some days you won't have many trades. Even like what Noss was saying earlier, whoever he was talking about highlighting, or whatever I just remember him saying, like you just don't have to trade every day. And that's just the thing. Yeah. Just once you get that into your brain that you don't have to trade every day, then you're good to go. I think it'll help you out a little bit more so, and you just kind of wait for your setups and your trades, whatever they may be, to come to you, so to speak.
Right.
Right. I love it. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I love love doing that little book of the week. You kind of, especially highlighting. There's so much to go over in book of the week segments. I mean, it could be really, and then you could highlight a book for an hour if you want to do the whole book, depending on what the book was. But
yeah, absolutely. And Snowman, the book is Unknown Market Wizards by Jack Schwager. I'll put it in chat here in just a second.
Unknown Market Wizards.
What happened to was that PLEG? Is that right?
Flag, PLAG.
PLAG. PLAG. Let's go ahead and turn to
It's
that.
a little inconsistent. Continues to halt up. Continues. It's moving pretty nicely though. So PLAG still
Nice.
rocking and rolling there, my man.
Nice.
That's it for myself. Oh, MSGY was the other one. This is the other play for you guys that like to trade. MSGY was the other one that was ramping up. Decently similar chart to PLAG, where it has a little U-shaped possible cup and handle going on. It's a little bit more of a choppier play, where at least PLAG has made that more move up. Now PLAG is getting a little bit more of the chop fest because it's halting quite a bit, so that may hurt PLAG's continuation. It's looking like we're about to be done to the long side. WYHG, speaking of to the long side, this was kind of been the fun runner of the past few days for traders in the small cap sector. Even as I was out, still was making some good moves yesterday. We go back in time here. If we go back a little bit further, that was the big mover last week. Then we saw a good move again here on Monday. Now today she's starting to slide back on off. She does like to slide back on off regardless. And any of the plays we were looking at earlier, I know you guys were looking at what was the other play earlier? WXM, that's right. It really couldn't do much. Had a nice good move in pre-market. I know Michael Noss was talking about the crazy low float. This float was right around 300, 400K. So we've had a lot of that. Nothing really that's, in my opinion, that's been nice, slow and steady. It's held its gains. It's really dealing with halting plays like FRTT's not even been that good today. There's really just been nothing in the small cap sector when I go back and look at a lot of this that makes it, it's that tradable. BW, wow, massive sell-off. That had earnings yesterday, and it's just right back to Launchpad. I mean, that just straight up and now straight back down today. So really nothing that great. PLAG is really the only one still running, but again, it's halting. It's halted probably 15 times today. 10, it's right around 10 halts today. So lots of halts on it. That's where we've really been at in the small cap sector. I would imagine we stay that way through the rest of this week. It's kind of an uglier, choppier, inconsistent start to August as we head into foosball season, Jesse.
And we do have a CPI report coming tomorrow, and then followed by a PPI report on Thursday. And honestly, yeah, large caps too. It's really been choppy, honestly. I mean, just even the stuff that I look at daily, we'll make a high and then we go down and then we chop. And there's just a lot of consolidation across many of these big ones. I mean, I'm looking at MU right now, and it's just it's just choppy. It's just real wavy. There's nothing really, sustaining any length period of time. Nothing's going up tremendously. Nothing's going down tremendously. It's kind of just staying in a zone right now. Just zoning. That's really what it's doing.
Zoning. I like it. I like your song there. I can work with that.
That's a good song. It almost sounds like 5-0 Goes West. Rolling.
That was my jam.
That movie. Did you like it?
Oh yeah, I think we talked about that before.
I think we have talked about that. We have. Jimmy Stewart's last movie, the famous Jimmy Stewart. He plays Wiley Burp. It's his last movie he played in before he passed.
Really?
It is. Yep. Give him the lazy eye.
I can't believe. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was I loved both of those as a kid. 050, yeah, couldn't go wrong.
050, man. American Tail, and I was young enough that movie was genuinely sad. The first one, when he separated from his parents and everything, like that was. Yes. I was genuinely like bugged for 50. Like, you got to find your parents, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That one in Land Before Time. That old 80s movie. If you watch that with I think the mom dying, trying to get to the Great Valley and all that. Dude, I remember being a kid. That wrecked me emotionally. I'm like, oh, Littlefoot, find your mom. Your dad, they're dead.
Littlefoot, I love it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was some emotion tied with those back in the day. For sure.
The soundtracks were like ridiculously sad too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what they were doing. Like, we're gonna make all these kids cry.
Oh, hey, they were growing us up earlier on. They're like, hey, let me tell you something right now, kiddo.
Yeah,
It's not as hunky-dory as you think it is when you grow up, all right?
That's right.
Little
more realism going on, right?
Yeah. How do you figure out when stocks reverse? Do you watch the spread? Do you mean like reverse? I thought you meant like reverse split. You meant like just overall reverse? You mean like going up and down tack? The spread usually on tickers, most of the tickers I ever watch are really tight. They're 2 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent usually, maybe up to 5 cents. I watch the spread for entry just to see if I'm an exit, essentially. I trust the chart. So whatever my chart says to trade, I'll trade it, whether it's long or short, and then I'll use the level 2 needing if I have to, as far as because there's a spread and I need to worry about when I'm exiting to get maybe put limit orders in. If there's not a spread, and usually a lot of the plays, I would say over half the plays I look at don't have a spread or are very minimal, I'm market ordering out. I don't really care about the 1-2 cents. It's just not going to make a difference for me when I'm 40 cents up, 50 cents up, 30 plus cents up or whatever. So, but yeah, how do I figure out when stocks reverse? They reverse, and I'm like, hey, it reversed.
It did the other way. It did the other thing.
Yeah. That's when I know. I'm like, hey, it's reversed.
Hey, look.
Usually just levels, though. I can usually predict, like we always try to do, say, hey, this is the level it should bounce at, or this is the level it should fail at, so to speak. I'm doing all that ahead of time.
Yeah,
For
Willie
sure.
Hayes, Old Yeller, exactly. You had to shoot the dog. That's terrible.
Free Willy, that one was, had you clutched as a kid. There were a lot of those. They used the animals as much as they could too. A lot of the time to.
They even used aliens. Look at frickin' E.T. Elliot had to say goodbye, right? He didn't get to keep the alien. He didn't get a trophy. He had to actually say goodbye to the alien. Oh, bye, alien.
Get a trophy.
You didn't get to keep that. It was 1982.
How funny would that be if ET does one of these? Oh, and he goes back. He goes into the ship, comes back out of the ship, and hands him a trophy and says, first place.
Trophy.
Yeah.
Trophy.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was another one. That was another film that I really liked. Good soundtrack too. John Williams. Oh baby.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's too. They would a lot of the time you'd hear like actually in the music too. It was like an orchestra that that would like tie you in. It was like they would like they had like a score as they called it.
I would contend a lot of those movies, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, all the big films that we all know, Jurassic Park, all those were, by the way, of course, you probably know this too, John Williams, So I think that the older I got, the more I'm like, yeah, those movies are good movies, and I enjoy every one of those. But I'll tell you what really makes those movies that you don't really realize as a younger person, perhaps, or if you're just not paying attention, it's like, man, it's the music behind it. If you remove the score from all those movies, they're still good films, but it's the music. It's the composition.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and the older you get to, you start to realize that kind of stuff too. Of course, that's what usually they want to, like in those scary movies, right?
Yeah.
All those little,
and absolutely.
Yeah, they tie you in, and you start your heart starts to feel it, your body starts to feel it. Yeah, you start to, those are the
It creates the emotion for the movies, and so then I can, I don't even have to watch Star Wars, but if the music comes on, I immediately like, oh, good movie. Well, it's the emotion that I felt as a young person hearing that music that played that impression on me, right?
Definitely. I mean, you just think about it. What's funny, I've seen this on a couple times on different shows here recently on, what am I trying to say now? Where they said they hated music. They just don't like music. And I'm like, what? You don't like music?
Huh.
Really?
Are they human?
Yeah, I know, but it was something the other day. I forgot what I was watching. I was like, there's this. It was like on a TV show or movie, and I'm like, this can't be real. Why does someone have that take? Like they're just like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Where they're like, I don't like. By the way, Plague's long working out. PLAG. I told you guys got in there at that 250 mark, ramping on up. I'm completely out of PLAG right now, but it is still rolling. I feel like this play is gonna have some sort of gap down coming in soon here. So PLAG is still rocking and rolling there. For large caps, I was just kind of going back over and looking at SPY. This does look a little bearish. I know we're getting close to time here toward the end of the day. I just want to go over some small caps and large caps, what to look for. PLAG got the long there. Nice, good pop-up. Continuation still rolling. SPY looking like she's bearish and wanting to hit new low of day here. So SPY is at low of day area in a bear flag. I'd be watching for that to crack back on down for more. I know it's always hold up the SPY, hold up the SPY. Hey, I got the SPY to the 770s over the last couple of months. So we've held out some really good days, Jesse, when I needed to hold the SPY up. Today may not be one of them, but still overall, beautiful move here. Looking to come up here.
It's like the first day I can recall, as long as I've been with you guys, where Michael did not tell you to hold up the SPY, if I'm not mistaken. I did not hear him call it out. So we got to blame this on Michael if it's not being held up, because he didn't tell you to.
I know. Hey, I think he understands I've been going through the ringer here, so he was leaving me with some light duties today, is what I was hoping. Essentially,
He did too, man.
He's got enough on his shoulders as is, so we don't want to give him any more to end the day. PLAG not getting really many gap ups, but if you did take that long when I got in, or if you are in long, please take profit here on the way up. This play is eventually going to start seeing some halts down, and probably what it's going to do is then just start turning it to halt fest. Halts up, halts down, halts up, halts down. The fact that it has not given back gains yet here on PLAG leads me to believe that this play will stay up for the rest of the day and continue to halt. We'll probably end the day, obviously, at this point with 20 plus halts. So again, I would wrap it up at this point. It's up almost 500%, halting every couple of candles, and it cannot figure out if it's going to go down, then it's going to go back up again. So when I see that, it's a long, it's a bully. This play is going to continue to pop and roll. Again, I don't think it's going to have one of those continue like halt, halt down, halt down, halt down, halt down. I think PLAG holds up for the remainder of the day with a lot of halts to do that. Market makers aren't given this time to sell off, essentially. SK Hynix looks intriguing. What do you see intriguing?
All day.
What do you
all
see
day
for
it's
it today?
interesting. Yeah, SK Hynix is actually one that's a good call out, good call out tack. It is looking like it has broken the pre-market high, but we just kind of have a couple of minutes of real downturn on SK Hynix. So I want to see what it does here. If we can get back up past VWAP, back up to maybe 139s, because it's just been flirting in the 139s pretty much all morning. It's up over 2% today. So I've been watching SK Hynix. I'm going to continue to keep an eye on SpaceX as well. SpaceX is down right now 3%, but we are right at that IPO price, just below it. And I am going to watch. Are we going to dump at some point with SpaceX, or are we just going to kind of maybe consolidate and maybe move our way up? That'll be interesting. And Rocket Lab earnings last night at $78 right now, did pretty well last night, but down a little under 1%. So yeah, Rocket Labs is an interesting one. Keeping an eye on that. Earlier I did trade PLTR, Palantir, and wow, I haven't looked in a little while, but we hit the high of 177.94, kind of where I was at, and then we dump. Whoa, yeah. We dumped down to 173.03. So would have been nice. Would have just been nice to short this thing for probably a good solid almost hour here with PLTR. So I want to see if that can make a recovery. Have we reached a bottom, or do we have room to go further down? Of course, MU, I look at semiconductors daily. Again, this is the boringness. This is the boring nature of MU right now, and some of these other stocks that I look at daily. It's just, look at this. We're just consolidating. We're just back up, back down. It's just like, this is waves. This is like when you get to the ocean, you're taking your Florida vacation, you want to see some big waves in the morning, and for some reason they're just kind of barely coming in. They're hitting the shore, and it's just boring. So right now, I look at this and say, boring, moving on. Got to see what else is out there. So I'll continue to watch SK Hynix and Palantir this afternoon. This afternoon, come back. We will have earnings. CoreWeave, we'll be looking at that later on today. That'll be an interesting one, along with SMCI and a couple others that we have. So Steve, myself, Caesar, come back for the earnings stream, because it will be a good one. I'm specifically going to be watching CoreWeave. It's one of these stocks where I've watched for a while now, so want to see what it does. Can we break over that $100 mark again with CoreWeave? So maybe today, but maybe not. I don't know, that'd be a $12 increase from where it's at right now. So could be really interesting tonight if we break to the upside for CoreWeave.
My big daddy is going to be LITE. I'm looking for some big moves from Light today, so keep your eye on LITE. I like this one today. Just going back in some key levels here for LITE. Watch this back over 940. I think we easily touch it on the way up over 940. It could see that 1,000 handle. I think on the minimum on the way down for LITE. Watch for move down. I say minimum 680. I'm seeing 680, if not 940 the top side. 940 minimum, 680 minimum bottom side. Jesse, big moves coming from LITE today. Big moves, buddy. Big daddy moves. Talking about those big moves.
When you say there's a big move, Josh, I listen, because you've called it out 9 times out of 10. You'll say something big's going to happen, and guess what? It happens. So I'm all ears. And I'm going to start trading it if Josh says to go look at it. So
It's hey, you want to have some fun and do some trades in after hours. LITE is going to be the one you get some barn burner moves from 100%. Speaking of barn burner moves, up almost 500%. PLAG, your small cap ticker for the rest of the day. Some slow ones. We have not LITE. We have what was it? STIM was a slow mover here. That's a little bit better for you. Or even 10X isn't too bad either.
Can I send Mia some money for Chipotle?
Can I finish streaming first? 10X here. 10X. Wife comes in, can I send money to my niece for some lunch? And I'm like, what? We're providing for the nieces and nephews now over here.
Send me money for lunch, Josh. I need some Chipotle.
Yeah.
Send me money.
Long as this holds that VWAP and 90 MA, we're looking good. We're looking strong here, but she is a little lower high pattern. But keep this one on watch. Another slow and steady one. I like 10X for the rest of the day for a nice slow mover too. So that's some plays for me for the day. LITE, come back, like Jesse said, power hour and after hours. We got you covered with earnings. LITE is going to be a barn burner. And let's smash that like button a little bit more. Why? How close are we getting to 100 likes?
We'll say we want to hit that. Oh, go ahead. Go.
Yeah. We're at 54. Oh, come on. Smash that like button. Bronze hands. Come on, tag. Day trade with Tony. Gap up. Nope. It's going to be another sideways resumption. Is what it's looking like here. Tony, maybe a small gap up. So I'd be taking that profit because I know at any minute this play is going to start to see a halt down. But to me, even if it does, I do think Plag stays up for the rest of the day. Tack, Crow, come on. Smash the like button. Neil, Snowman, Jesse. Oh, that's you in chat, Jesse. Everyone else, day trade for Tony, day trade with Tony, Willie. Thank you guys for coming in today. Nice to be back on the live stream. I'll be back again tomorrow on the lunch recap with Steve. I may hop in maybe this afternoon for a little bit to show how big, just to show you how big that light move was. And I'll say, Jesse, what did I say? Don't forget, 680 bottom side, 940 top side.
Woo! I'll remember it. Yeah, thanks, guys. Make sure you come back for earnings. Today's been good. Good day. We kicked off the week. We got more J&J show coming up on Thursday. So this has been always a good time to spend time with Josh and everyone in chat. So thank you guys very much.
Back in a bit. Scanners for now.
What is up, traders? Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. We are live. It is Power Hour. Let's get into it. How we doing, folks? What's up, Willie? How you doing, man? SpaceX pullback? Let's take a look. There it goes. Tagged the 140. Coming on down. I don't know what this zone is, but it's tagging it and respecting it so far. Yo, what's up, Tyler? We back. We are so back. Market having a little bit of a red day, a little bit of trouble, but I don't think it's anything other than a healthy pullback so far. So far, pretty reasonable. We did hit our bearish targets today. It is pretty decent red day here. 0.5%. What's up, Haunted? What's up, Nigel? How we doing? How we doing? How'd you guys trade today? Quiet day for me. Just hanging out, waiting for triggers to go off, waiting for signals to go off. So far, not much for me to do here. Not much for me to do. You think you're going to wait for IBM to give a good setup, playing that gap? Let's take a look at it. Yeah, the gap plays are always fun. Oh, strong there. Strong the past couple days. I like this. Yeah, it wants to lift off up and start to fill this up, but it is having trouble. My system says monthly trigger at 243.86, but maybe a little bit more up there to the 250. Somewhere in there's going to be a seller. So it's just about how strong they are. So far, bulls look pretty aggressive, but the two top wicks, I think they're a little bit deceptive. I think these are actually stronger than the top wicks might make you think, because that was strong green volume that pushed it, strong bullish volume, not as much volume on the pullback, and then strong volume at the end of the day. Which, when I see big volume end of the day and then big move beginning of the day, I think it was probably that volume at the end that's kind of carrying it there. So I consider this big volume on this push up and still less red after that. So I think that it's primarily buyers and we're still at higher highs. We haven't lost these levels, but definitely a clear level to risk into, right? This 235 or so. Not too shabby there. Let's see what SPY's up to. Also, I'm watching copper, see if it can catch here. So SPY still having a bit of trouble, and you got to entertain the possibility of a bear flag on the 1 minute here until we kind of prove otherwise. Sorry, lagging a little. All right, I'm gonna have to close some windows on the backside here because my stuff is having trouble. There we go, a little bit better. All right, so watch for the potential bear flag here. Looking a little bit heavy. Koru's still up. Interesting. Yeah, Kospi had a nice bounce. Oracle's still down. Oracle's still having trouble. Man, that's a tough one. Hey, Tiny Toons Fiesta, what's going on? Am I taking requests? Absolutely. Yeah, we'll look at Pony in just a second here. Closing out every window I don't need because I'm having some lag issues. So guys, are you guys excited for earnings? It's going to be a wild one. We have Lumentum. That's my top watch. But CoreWeave's going to be spicy. We're going to have, well, we'll save some surprises, but it's going to be good. Lumentum, definitely interesting. There's a couple that I think are going to be especially fun to play. SPY holding where it needs to here. Let's try to find some counter indicators and see if there's anything that we can use to confirm this move. And there it goes. Already top wicking here. So VIX. Honestly, VIX looks a little heavy to me. So VIX would have to catch really strongly here. It is at a level, but I kind of feel like VIX wants to break down. That's what it's kind of looking like to me. Important to check oil as well. We'll use USO. And still strong. Oil's still having a pretty good time here, holding up decently, and that is causing SPY to be a little heavy. Definitely not helping, at least. So Pony, we can take a look at that in just 1 second once I clear out some more windows here. Hey, Stunts, what's going on? Talk in the house. Patience, we get CPI together. Yeah, CPI is going to probably be, I think we're kind of just hanging out until that. The inflation data towards the end of the week, just making me think that we got to kind of play a little bit careful. So I'm keeping a hedge on, just hanging out. I haven't monetized the hedge. I don't know if that's smart or not. So we'll talk about that. OIH calls, you're printing, my friend. Great job. And it looks like it wants more too. This is a flag. This doesn't look done. Very, very strong. Nice job. I know you were talking rig as well. That's having a nice day. Oh, wow. Yeah, I should have tagged in on these a couple days ago. Looking like a little late for me now. We'll see if they pull back in the next day or so. But it's a little worrying, right? Because oil is not giving up the ghost. This is not what you wanted to see. This is looking like a potential higher low here, confirming off my system's weekly trigger there at 114.50. Makes you think. Makes you worry. So Pony, that was the request, sorry. That's rough lag. I'm sorry, guys. When somebody joins me for the earnings in a little bit, then I'll refresh everything, make sure I can get a nice smooth page for you guys when we're in the thick of it, because we're going to be trading the earnings live. We have, like I said, CoreWeave, Lumentum. We got some super micro going on. There we go. About time. So Pony's got room. We got the nice moving average kind of glide up in effect here. What I don't like is that it's kind of just squeezing off the bottom. Small cap, so it can do that. I like a better higher low. Like this does count. Don't get me wrong, but it's yeah. I mean, hey, actually, the more I look at it, I think it was pretty good here with the double bottom. Yeah, zoomed in, looks better. Then you have that neckline to play into for a few days as the moving averages start to catch up here. So we have probably tagged into a little bit of a soft area here in the volume profile. You could see potentially pulling back to these moving averages, this imbalance that opened 2 days ago. There's some areas where you might want to expect a little bit of flagging action. Something like, but I think that it still wants to keep riding these moving averages up to this point of control and to this little gap there. Higher time frame, which is where we should have started. It could be making a nice curled bottom, a nice higher low. So this is not a bad look. If you like robotics, is this a Chinese play? I forgot. If you like robotics, you can consider this one because we also have the nice downtrend line peekaboo break here. On the weekly, it's reclaiming its moving average, the 9. So this is looking good. This is looking pretty good. AVAV a few days? Yeah, absolutely. That's what you're thinking of? Yeah, I like it. I like it. So we're going to be talking some CBRS and SKHY. What is that? Cerberus and SK Hynix. What's up, Wilson? So I'm still waiting. Still waiting. Don't have much data on this chart. I know we can look at the other one, the Korean listed one, but this one, the American one, here's what I'm seeing. Potentially higher lows, potentially going to break this downtrend line, potentially going to reclaim this 9-day moving average, the blue there. All potential, not yet. So it needs to prove itself. This is one of the names that I'm liking that I think is stronger than the semis as a whole right now. I think you can also see that in the DRAM acting very tight today. Not rejecting, not confirming either. So I'm still not sure what to do with this one, but I'm waiting for a close over this 9-day to make me feel a little bit better in this one. Meanwhile, Micron, yeah, same story here. Oh, chaos drawings. But still just testing the downtrend line, testing the moving averages. Needs to prove itself. Good afternoon, Rick. Good to see you, man. Rick Knight in the house. So socks here, we're still testing. Getting very tight here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in this range. 6 days trying to hold the moving average cloud, but without a real solid. This, you could say this is a higher low. See that? Down, up, down, and then up. Like, sure, if it breaks out, then I guess I'll go, okay, that was the higher low. For me, the structure doesn't feel great. Structure doesn't feel great because we have this gap. We also have just this kind of, in general, weak price action like that. I don't like this kind of curl like that. It makes me think that it's going to keep rolling on over. Now, does it have to? No. Sometimes, and especially this does happen often on chips and on tech, sometimes you'll get kind of a weak looking rollover, and then it still actually ends up being quite strong. Just kind of some of this type of price action. But see, even then, we get the flushes there. Kind of see what I'm talking about? This rolling, pressure release, rolling, pressure release. Still strong, still wants to go up. And that's probably why it's so grindy like this, you know? Because the bulls don't want to give up, even when they do need to wash out a little bit. So I wonder if we're doing the same here. You see this rolling, wash. Kind of rolling, wash. So it worries me a little bit for the starters I have. I do think that if you're down here, you're probably safe. It probably doesn't come down for you, but it's tough. It's tough. I think a higher low is probably in the cards for these. The more we have sticky oil, the more we have geopolitical tensions not dropping as fast as we would like, the more potential we have for a headline to come and just boom, knock us down 3, 4, 5%. There you go. That's what I'd be looking for. Wilson asking about ARM. Yeah, sure thing. And we can look at Cerberus too. It's hard to say. Cerberus, not Cerberus. I always think it's the three-headed dog thing, but nope. So this is looking pretty nice. I actually really like this. So we got this kind of base here, this high volume node, the point of control. It's a really defined one too. You can see how pointy that is. And the fact that we are pushing and moving constructively off that, I really do like this look. Some levels for you. This is kind of the top of the shelf, right? See, through here, very low volume, and it can run up to 300 very quickly. In fact, we'll drag that out there. So if we can close through this, then we launch. Until then, it could play a little bit of games, but you would expect these moving averages to hold since they are nicely so far. So you'd kind of expect this to get tighter as this goes up like this. And on the top side, the Bollinger Bands on the daily are probably going to keep it kind of neat and orderly until it's ready to kind of make its move. That's what you'd like to see, I think. Could be a pretty easy and fast trade, though. Let's see, you're stuck in it with a 280 average. Well, I think you'll be okay. It just might take a little while. Does look good. This is a place where you could add with a risk under this 211, but probably want to wait for it to pull back into the rising 5 moving average. Zoomed in, that's the little kind of cyan line there. So any dips down in there are probably buys, as long as they're kind of, holding. You don't want to just blind buy it, but as long as it tests the moving average and kind of reclaims or holds around there and looks like it wants to reclaim, probably not a bad place to add, and then you put your risk under that swing low. With ARM, let's take a look there as well. Don't love it here, and that's just because it's really heavy into these moving averages, and it makes me think, like most of the chips, it wants to come down and fill this kind of breakaway gap. Something like that. Real quick, let's touch base and see what's happening intraday. SPY held the bear flag, held the line for now, but did oil drop? Oil still worryingly strong, actually getting very tight the past 15 minutes. So that's spooky. We'll have to keep an alert, keep notice for when this breaks. Oh, sorry, one sec. All right, so I'm putting an alert right over this tight flag on oil just because I want to be aware if it starts to break out. What? Just clear alerts. Am I taking crazy pills, guys? You seeing this? All right, it's a mystery. We will just keep watching USO. Hopefully not miss this 15-minute flag here. If you're an oil bull, you could take this for a scalp. Look for just a trim. Probably use the fibs to see where to trim here. Yeah, if we can get through the 6.2, this yellow where it kind of tagged, bumped its head. If it can get through there, probably runs to the 7.8. So this high volume node as well, 120, 128, 128.10 would be the scalp target. If we do get that though, it might be a little bit tricky for SPY to get going. So checking in with a few other things that we can look at. Yeah, VIX to me looks like we want to push down on VIX, up on indices. Just waiting for oil to kind of chill, I think. All right, guys. Getting close to time for the earnings stream, but we got a few more minutes here. Any other requests? Any other charts here you guys are looking at here? Otherwise, I'll go through a few of mine. They're on my list. I like FCX. I think it's having a hard time. Oh, nice. Pushing higher today, or off the base here. But still having a little bit of a hard time. So I'm watching this on a daily because I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it reclaim this 5 moving average. Okay, it did. Nice. I'd like to see it reclaim the 5 moving average. Ideally reclaim 70. I might be asking a little bit much today, but I like the strong close. Keeping it in this range. That's what I was worried about. If it broke this range, it could air out. At the best, tag this 9. At worst, could be like this, or when it breaks, boy, does it break. So a little spooky there. But I think it wants to hold. If it does hold, well, then this is potentially a very nice breakout here. But kind of contingent on copper, so we got to keep an eye on this as well. The Crow trades in the house. What's up, Crow? You want Cleo? She's hiding right now. She'll be back, I'm sure. So a little bit of a top wick today on copper. I thought it was going to tag in to the moving average and curl up really nice and strong. So far, not so strong. Just worth noting, because high time frame, it really does seem like it's close to a real squeeze. It's kind of ramping motion, the 1, 2, 3, 4th knock on the monthly chart there. Makes me want to see it break out like crazy, but it's been pretty tricky to time, I will say. USD went up a bit. Oh. Still holding the line. I've been watching this pennant for, I don't know, the entire time I've been trading. Yeah, just about the entire time I've been trading. That's funny. These are 3-month candles, quarterly candles, still just dancing between these two lines. They're that's what I'm looking for, coming together. Holding a little stronger than you'd like, huh? Still just kind of magnetized to this 100 level. Not ready to move away from it. Checking in with other copper miners. A little bit of a red day today, but not too crazy. Still decently strong and holding in the sideways price action. I think they want to push higher, but we shall see. You look at UUP, UUP. Is this just literally the dollar? USD index bullish. Okay, so long dollar. Does seem like a flag, doesn't it? So what are we expecting that's gonna spike the dollar? That's the question. While we're here, might as well look at bonds. Also worryingly strong on the 10-year here. The yield, that is. And let's take a look through the sectors as well. especially those risk-off sectors. Healthcare, 52-week highs. Financials extended, but doesn't look bad. Real estate, testing, support. I mean, industrials are still strong. Amazon helping. This looked like a breakout, huh? I don't think I'm that bearish. I just want oil to chill, you know? That's really all I need. And there it is, not chilling. No chill there. So that is worrisome. And good news for the Chevron in our port, but I don't have enough. And I think I might actually add if things keep heating up here. Look at this weekly 4-week flag here on Chevron, especially in the context of this higher time frame, massive cup, handle, back test. And we were talking about this back test, did add some there. That's working nicely, but man, oh man. Doesn't look done, does it? So Chevron, Exxon, big winners. Big winners here, but really all of the refiners. I like Valero a ton. Geez, look at Valero. Wow. So yeah, these are good places to be. Good places to be with a part of your port until we get this get a little bit of chill on the energy stuff. Hey, Aditya Mittal, thoughts on Kava? Well, we're going to be talking about it. Let's start looking at the earnings plays. Why not? I don't like buying it yet. Not just blind, at least, and it's just having a real tough time. If it was like it's not holding a higher low. If it was looking good into earnings, like maybe a little lower and curling up or something, but it's kind of in no man's land here. It's right at the bottom of this big volume shelf, and it's technically pushing away into earnings. So we are going to be talking about it a little more. I want to talk about the fundamental narrative before I talk too many technicals. But in general, not a pretty chart. Not a very pretty chart in my book. It would need to reclaim 65, and then I'd be interested, right? So this is one of those ones where I think I'd want to buy it more if it was more expensive, if that makes sense. Kava, food, lettuce, beef, yes. What are they, Mediterranean? I've actually never eaten there. Anybody ever eaten there? What's up, Ricky? Howdy, howdy. Yeah, I'm more of a Chipotle guy. No, I actually just don't know where there is a Kava near me. We also have this like much larger pattern. Just makes me think we could come down. But we'll be talking about that in just a few minutes, actually. What are you guys up to? You guys are having a political debate in my comments? I'm going to leave that to you. Let's see. DRAM alert. What's it up to today? It was relatively strong this morning. Is it trying again? It's trying again. This one's just been so flat. This one and Dell as well. Like, what are you up to, Dell? Dell is interesting here. If chips don't die, if the market catches, I mean, it's holding this pivot. It's holding the 9-day. We're trying to reclaim it right here, actually. And it's a weird chart, but I think it's a bullish chart. How you guys feeling on Dell? Also, why is Apple falling? Think of a swing? Let's take a look. I'm thinking of a swing on that Dell, gotta say. I feel like it's a very, very popular swing trade, so it's like shaking people out a lot. Apple falling, I believe, on worries of growth deceleration off the earnings, right? And then we got this level or path I thought it might take. Doesn't really look like it's happening too much, but we got the low, Maybe if we redraw like that, there we go. So if it holds, I need to see it reclaim this 311 to feel good, 312 to feel good. That's where the moving average is going to be too. So, I don't think it's ready for a swing quite yet, but let's look intraday. Very weak. Yeah, I'm not convinced on Apple yet. I think it's falling because, well, it was up a lot, and then it had earnings, and the earnings weren't great, and so I don't know if there's much reason to buy it here yet until it proves itself. All right, guys. I am going to hop on over to the earnings stream. You guys don't have to change anything. We'll transfer you right on over, but I'll be gone for a few minutes, and then I'll be back for that. We're going to be talking a couple really exciting names just to get you excited. Lumentum trying to hold its ground today after a big head bonk, trying to break out through this downtrend line. Is it just back testing? It's holding the moving averages. Well, we will find out on earnings tonight. It's going to be a big one. We also have SMCI Supermicro. They've been trying their best, but it's at a really pivotal juncture here. We have the 200-day moving average. We have the 50. We also have this big horizontal support level as well. Moving average is coming on up to meet it, so something's got to give, right? This thing's either going to launch pad or crater. We will be here when it happens. And the last one, CoreWeave. Another impressive name at a very pivotal level. Impressive off the lows, I should say. Not overall. Been a very tough year for CoreWeave, but if it can hold, it's holding tightly over or under this 200 here. So if it can hold the line, then we could really see this thing accelerate. Whoa, I'm getting a lot of notifications there. That must mean Dell did something. Sorry, let me delete that. So that's where all my notifications or alerts were being used on. That's why I couldn't set one on oil. It's all Dell. So Dell trying to reclaim that the 9-day EMA and trying to form a higher low. It was so tight. I was like, well, what is it going to do? Well, it needed to wash out, but I think it was just the higher low. Not too shabby. Let's look at the rest of the chips and see what we see. Little top wiki action here, trying to keep the push going. Still looking good. Yeah, Micron pushing. We like that. Okay. Talk saying Apple is a utility, and I would agree with that. It's at least treated like a lifeboat, like a safety boat, you know. Maybe Apple money went to Meta today. Is Meta cooking? Look, Meta's been cooking off the lows. Ooh, big move up, giving it right back. All right, guys. So I got distracted. I need to head on over to the earnings stream. So you guys stay tuned. Don't you change a thing, and we'll be right back momentarily. See you in a sec.